Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's session on GCSE biology. So thank you all for joining me on a Saturday morning. I know a lot of you would rather be sleeping or watching TV, so well done for showing up. So today we're going to be covering the human nervous system and hormonal coordination. So I know that there are a few of you who are new to today's session, so welcome. If you've not met me before, my name is Roshni, and I'm currently a doctor working in London. I graduated 3 years ago from King's, and I studied at Imperial as well. And I've also been a science tutor for several years now, working with lots of different students. So over here, this is just my A-level results. So I studied biology, chemistry and maths for A-level. And as you guys can see, I pretty much was very lucky, and I managed to score almost full marks in all of my exam papers. So I haven't put this in to show off or to brag or anything, but rather I wanted to show you guys that actually this is very much attainable. You don't have to be like very gifted or really naturally clever to be able to score like this. And I hope to just point you guys in the right direction and teach you in such a way that hopefully you guys can get marks like this as well. Okay, so enough about me. So what are we going to be doing today? So we're doing two really interesting topics. We're doing the human nervous system and hormonal coordination. Now, the content that we will be covering today is relevant for all major exam boards in the UK, and there are some bits that some exam boards like to focus on, and we will signpost you to these during the session because I've taught people from all exam boards. Okay, so just starting off with the human nervous system. So we'll be looking at the structure and function of the nervous system. We'll be talking about reflexes, and then later on we'll be looking at the brain as well as the eye. And then in the afternoon, we'll be looking at hormonal coordination. So we'll be talking about why is hormonal control important? And we'll be focusing on specifically on sugar control and on diabetes. Okay, so how is today going to work? So don't worry, guys, you will be getting regular breaks throughout the day. Around after every 45 minutes or so, we will break for a 10 to 15-minute break. So this morning, we'll start off with the nervous system. And after a break, we'll do the brain and the eye. And you guys can go for your lunch from around 12 to 1. And we'll come back in the afternoon and we'll be looking at hormonal control and diabetes, and then we'll be finishing off with some exam practice. We'll be doing exam questions throughout the session as well. Okay, so just during the session, so if you guys have got any questions or you have anything that you're confused about, please do just ask. So my colleague is also listening in. So they're also a tutor and a doctor as well. So if you've got any questions, you can ask them. And we will be doing lots of quizzes today. And I know you guys all love a good Kahoot. So whenever you see this logo, there is a quiz coming up shortly. And finally, you will see this light bulb sign. So essentially, this is a top tip, and it's a definition or a key point that really is something that you should know for your exam. So I know the exams are a while away, but this is sort of like the key take-home message from that slide. Okay, so if you guys haven't got any questions, let's get straight into it. So I told you guys in the beginning that the two topics that we would be looking at are the nervous system and the hormonal coordination. Now, basically, both of these topics come under the umbrella term of homeostasis. Okay, now this word seems a bit intimidating, but I like to keep things simple. When we talk about homeo, so homo essentially means same, okay? And stasis is a Greek word which basically means keeping still. So when we talk about homeostasis, essentially, these are things that happen in the body that just try and maintain that internal environment. So when we think about homeostasis, I want you guys to picture this little man who's just trying to balance and keep things in order. Okay, as humans, we're exposed to lots of different things in the outside. Sometimes it's sunny and it's very hot. Other times it's raining and we can get cold. There are situations where you may eat too much, or sometimes you eat too little. Now, all of these things are changes in our external environment. Okay, there are changes happening on the outside, but you will realize that your body pretty much stays the same most of the time, and this is because of homeostasis. So these are just processes that occur in the body to try and maintain balance. Okay, so guys, jot down in the chat, what do you guys think are internal conditions that we're trying to control in the body? So think about yourselves, what do you think is going on in your body that is important for it to be controlled? Great, so some really good answers so far. So the first one, as a few of you have said, is our sugar control. Okay, so it's really important that the amount that we eat, the amount of sugar in particularly, is controlled in our body. And sugar is basically known as glucose. Now you might think, why is this such a big deal? But actually, if the sugar levels in your blood get too high, this is very dangerous. And obviously, you can also become overweight as well. Okay, the second one is temperature control. Okay, it's really important for your body to maintain its core internal temperature. Okay, you don't want to get too hot, you can develop a fever, and you don't want to get too cold either. Okay, it can make you very sick. And then lastly is water control. Okay, so it's really important that the amount of water that we drink and the amount of water that comes out of us, for example, when you pass urine or when you sweat, this all needs to be maintained. Okay, now today we're going to be focusing on glucose concentration and talking a bit about diabetes. Okay, so guys, just to recap, so homeostasis, as we've said, lots of processes that go on inside the body aim to keep the internal environment, okay, i.e. the inside, as constant as possible. Okay, so basically we're just trying to keep things the same. And this balancing act is known as homeostasis. Great. So as I touched on earlier, homeostasis is sort of like an umbrella term, and it basically comprises of two main things. So detecting changes and responding to them involves automatic control systems, including the nervous system and the hormonal system. Okay, so this is why we teach these two topics together, because they are actually very different, but they are both doing the same thing. Okay, they are both trying to maintain that balance in our body. Okay, now in any control system that we have, guys, so whether that is our nervous system, okay, I'm just going to write NS, or that is the hormonal system, HS, basically both of these need certain key features, okay, and these are things that are common to both of them. The first one is receptors. Okay, so obviously if something is happening to you from the outside, okay, your body needs to detect that, like if it's too hot or if it's too cold. So receptors basically mean receivers. Okay, so they basically detect that signal. And they may be part of the nervous or our hormonal system, as we've said. Okay, now once you detect something, obviously your body needs to recognize this. Okay, it's no good just detecting it. You need something to coordinate, something to actually decide, well, it's too hot, what should we do? And your coordination system centers, these are basically areas that receive and process the information. As soon as they realize, okay, you're too hot, or, you know, there's a tiger attacking you, we need to do something. So they send out signals and they coordinate that response of the body. Okay, so they will tell your body to start sweating, they will tell you to run away. Okay, now something needs to do that action, and that is an effector. Okay, so these basically take action. Usually these can be muscles if you need to move around, or they may be glands. Okay, and this is just an overview. I'll explain each of these terms clearly later on. Okay, so guys, that is an overview of homeostasis. And as I said, we'll be looking at the human nervous system, and we will be looking at hormonal coordination. So let's start off with the nervous system, guys. Okay, so what is the point of the nervous system? Well, basically, your nervous system, what it does is it allows you to react to your surroundings. Okay, so even as you are staring at your laptops, listening to me speak, okay, you need to react. You're trying to take this information in, you're trying to read, trying to listen, etc. Okay, so there are lots of things happening around you, and your body is basically trying to coordinate this behavior. Okay, now the human nervous system, essentially it's made up of millions of different neurons. Okay, so as you can see in this man over here, all of these yellow bits, okay, these are basically nerves, and they carry signals all around the body. So you can see this red dot, and this is basically a signal telling the body that it needs to do something. Okay, it's passing on messages around the body. Okay, so the first thing is that, as we've said, your body is particularly sensitive to changes in the world around you. This is very important, okay, to protect you from danger. Now, any changes which are known as stimuli are picked up by cells called receptors. Okay, so we've talked a bit about receptors, and essentially a stimulus, what does that mean? A stimulus is basically any change in the environment that can be detected by receptors in an organism. Okay, so basically a stimulus is something that is happening on the outside. Okay, anything that's happening around you. Receptors, these are in your body. Okay, these are on the inside. Stimuli are things that are outside of your control. Don't get mixed up. So basically stimulus is just singular. It means like one stimulus. Stimuli is plural. Okay, that's why there's an I, but they're both the same thing. So guys, stimulus can be anything like, for example, let's say there's a birthday cake in front of you with candles. Okay, so obviously you see this with your eyes, and you may want to blow out the candles. What about when your alarm clock went off this morning to get ready for this class? So you hear the alarm clock, don't you? Again, this is a stimulus for you that you need to wake up, or you want to switch it off. And what about if you accidentally touch a hot stove? Okay, this is known as touch, and obviously you need to react to this because this is burning hot. So all of these things, okay, they are changes in our environment. Okay, now those were stimuli, and we have these cells called receptors. So receptors, as we've said, we will think of these as our receivers. Okay, so anything that's happening outside, the receptors detect it. Now receptors, okay, these are cells. Okay, so you will remember that this is very basic cell biology, but essentially all cells have got a nucleus. Okay, they've got a cell membrane. And then tell me, guys, what is this bit usually in the middle, this fluid bit? Cytoplasm, right? Okay, so this is a normal cell, and basically these receptor cells, they essentially are just like this. They've got this basic structure. Now, these receptor cells, they're usually found clustered together in different organs, so things like your eyes and your skin, because these are things that these are the areas where you want to detect things. So for example, obviously in your eyes, you'll have a lot of detectors, receptors, and even in your ears as well, because you need to hear things. On your hands, and even on any part of your skin. Like for example, if somebody touches you or somebody pricks you, you can feel that straight away, right? So on your skin, of course on your nose as well, because you need to smell things and you can detect this very quickly. And finally, taste. Okay, so all of these 5 things, these are basically the sense organs, and we have got a lot of receptors here. So as I've said, you have many different types of sensory receptors, and you can just see these here. So I drew a very basic diagram of a cell, but obviously these are a little bit more advanced and they're a bit more special in detecting that. So you can see here we've got cells for your vision, which will be in your eyes, cells for your hearing, which will be in the ears, smell for the nose, and taste receptors in your tongue, and touch receptors on your skin. So you can see that they all look a bit, they look quite interesting. This is just a diagram representation. Okay guys, so we said that we have basically, so far we've said we've got stimuli, right? Changes in the environment which we need to react to. These get detected by receptors. Okay, what happens next? So somebody has, you've seen a glass of water and you want to pick it up, okay? But what do you do with that information? Well, once a sensory receptor detects a stimulus, okay, that information about you wanting to pick up that drink passes along special cells called neurons, okay? And this is the basis of the nervous system. So you can see here, so basically this big thing here, this massive thing, okay, this is a nerve. So one massive one is a nerve. Now, if you were to look under a microscope and you were actually to take a section of it, you would see that there's loads of little bundles inside. And basically each of these are individual neurons. Okay, so a bundle of neurons is known as nerves. So lots of neurons basically make up one big nerve. And the cells that carry impulses from the sense organs, like your eyes, your nose, your tongue, we call these sensory neurons, okay? So that is quite intuitive. Sensory because they sense these things, and neurons. Okay, so guys, it's really important that you understand the actual basic structure of the nerve, okay? So this is a sensory neuron. So this diagram that I've got over here is basically, it's like one of these. So let's say I was just to take one little neuron and I was to blow it up and look at it under a microscope, okay? This is what it would look like. Now, you can see that this actually looks very interesting, doesn't it? So this is still a cell, but it doesn't follow that typical, you know, that basic animal cell that we all know about. The reason being is that this cell is actually very specialized, meaning that it's very suited to its function. So it looks very different, doesn't it? It doesn't look like your basic cell that we know of. Now there are a few key parts to it, okay? So I'm just going to divide them up into these areas. Okay, guys, does anyone know what this bit is called here? If you do, put it in the chat. If you have no idea, don't worry, we'll go through this. So these squiggly bits over here, so you must imagine, guys, this is a sensory neuron. It's trying to send signals, right? Now, these bits here, these are called dendrites. Now, basically what these dendrites do is they're spread out so that they can basically get lots of information, and they basically transfer it along this long strip here. Now, this bit is really long, and this is basically the main part. This is our axon. Now, normal cells, they don't have this, but basically because we're trying to carry messages and we're trying to do this as fast as possible, okay? Like if you need to act, you need to switch off your alarm, you need to do it quickly, don't you? So that's why these are really long, okay? They're nice and long so that they can quickly just carry the impulse across, like so. Okay, we come on to this very interesting blob over here, and this is known as my cell body, okay? This blue bit here is a nucleus. So every cell has got a nucleus, okay? And this is basically concentrated here, but you can see that it's got this extra long bit, and that is the main part of this cell. And finally over here on this side, this is just known as our nerve ending, and I will come on to talking about why the nerve is ending over here. Okay, so guys, these are the main bits. So we've got dendrites, okay, which collect the information. It then passes along the axon, okay, back to the next nerve, and this is our cell body here, which is just like the coordinate, which coordinates everything. It's got the nucleus. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense, guys. I will be quizzing you on this, so try and keep this picture in mind. Now, okay, so what's happening so far? So as we've said, we have got, just to recap, we've got our stimulus, okay, that glass of juice that you want to drink. It's detected by your receptor, which would probably be in your eyes because you can see it. Now, this receptor, it will carry it along the sensory neuron, but where does it take it? Okay, where do we take the signal that we need to, we want to drink this juice? So the sensory neurons will basically carry this impulse to the CNS, and this is known as our central nervous system. So what the central nervous system is, guys, it's basically this. So this is a diagram of a human body, and basically you can see all these yellow bits are nerves. Now these yellow bits are just nerves that are that are inside the body, but actually the central, i.e. the main bit, is made up of two things. Your nervous system is made up of your brain, and it's made up of your spinal cord. So that's basically this area here. So it's basically the bit in purple, okay? So your brain here and your spinal cord here. So guys, if you have a feel on your back, you will see that it's very bony in the middle and there's lots of bones, okay? But actually hidden underneath those bones is this cord, and this cord is very delicate and it's very important. That's why you've got lots of bones. You've got like your ribs around here just to protect it. And this basically is like your coordination center, okay? So remember in the beginning we said that any system needs a coordination center, and that is what this is. So anything that's happening in the outside, like, you know, you want to go for a run, it's raining, it's hot, you want to pick something up, anything that's happening in the outside, it's your brain and your spinal cord that are deciding what you should do next, okay? They're thinking about the response. So anything that is happening, like if somebody pricks you or something, it goes along these nerves, but its aim is to get to here, okay? And this is our central nervous system. Now we want to contrast this with, so as I said, this is the main thing here. It's the central nervous system, but you've also got loads of nerves on the outside, obviously, because there are things that are happening to you in your hands, in your legs, everywhere. So these are known as the peripheral nervous system. So peripheral just means periphery. It's kind of like on the outside, okay? So anything that happens, the peripheral nervous system will take it, and it basically will take it to the center, to the brain and the spinal cord, okay? So you must be able to distinguish between both of these because they are different, and the CNS is like the main thing. Okay, so guys, we have said that the sensory neuron, okay, will take the impulse to the central nervous system, and the central nervous system will decide what to do. Okay, once it's decided, it says, okay, there's a glass of juice and you need to pick it up. What's going to happen next? Well, that impulse is going to go to, via the motor neurons, to the effector. So the brain gets the information from the sensory receptors. Now, it coordinates that response, so it decides what to do, and then it sends the impulses along special cells called motor neurons. Okay, so remember, we have already seen sensory neurons. Okay, these are sensors. They detect what's happening. we've now got something new. These are motor neurons. And you can just remember that these are like for moving, okay? So M is for motor. It's basically like actions. So these neurons carry things, carry the information for something that you need to do. So they will carry it from the central nervous system and they will take it to the body. So for example, if you need to move your hand to pick something up, the motor neuron will take it to the hand. Now again, this is a motor neuron and essentially it looks very similar to the sensory neuron, but the main difference is that the cell body is over here, it's in the middle, and we'll compare these a little bit later on, but again, this would be my dendrites, okay? And guys, put in the chat, what is this bit over here? Fantastic, this is my axon, and this is nice and long to just carry that impulse, okay? And then over here, I've got my nerve endings. Great, okay. So, as I've said, we've got the motor neuron, which is going to take that impulse along. And where is it going to take it? So the motor neurons, they will carry, remember motor is like moving, okay? So M for motor, carry the impulses to the right parts of the body. And these are known as effectors, i.e. they have an effect and they allow you to respond. Now, when we talk about effectors, okay, we basically can divide it up into two main things. So usually an effector is either a muscle, as you can see over here, because obviously you need to move, or it can be a gland, okay? And this is where our hormones come in, but I will talk a bit more detail. So we've got loads of different glands in your body, okay? But basically effectors, we can group them up into two of these things. So obviously the muscles will respond by contracting, okay, i.e. they bend like this. If you need to pick something up, you need to run away, or you need to go somewhere. The glands, so they respond by releasing chemical substances, and we'll talk about this in the afternoon, but basically they release different things to change the insides of the body. So sometimes they will release hormones or things like insulin and other things. There's loads in the body, and we'll talk about this in more detail. Okay, guys, so I'm going to test you guys now. So as we've said, just to sum up, how does our nervous system work, okay? So the way that we can sum this up is firstly, we have a stimulus, okay? So let's just say that, okay, you hear your alarm clock, okay? So if your alarm clock is going off, guys, what is going to detect it? What is the next thing in my pathway? Okay, guys, so I want you guys to vote. What do you think is going to come next after my stimulus? Okay, I'll stop you guys there. So fantastic. A lot of you have gone for receptor. Great. A few people have said sensory neuron. Okay, so guys, the first thing is, if you hear that alarm clock, okay, it must be detected by a receptor. Okay, so first it will be the receptor. And remember, these will be like your ears, okay, and they will be the sensory receptors that you have in your ears. It's not going to go straight to a sensory neuron, okay? It's not going to go there straight away. Something needs to detect that stimulus, and that is the receiver, which is our receptor. As you guys rightly said, once your ears have detected, okay, there's a really loud sound and I need to switch this off, that will go via the sensory neuron, okay? That is the next thing in the pathway. The sensory neuron will then take it and it will say, okay, this sound is going off, we need to do something. Okay, guys, so where is it going to take this sensory neuron? Where is it going to go? Exactly, so it's going to go via the axon to the CNS, okay? Remember, this is our central nervous system, okay? And this is the coordinator. This is basically our brain. It is our spinal cord. So this decides, okay, so your brain decides, okay, there's a loud sound. What should we do? Should we switch it off? Shall we keep it going? And it has a think about it, doesn't it? So that is our central nervous system. Now, let's say your brain has decided, okay, we need to switch this off. Okay, how is this information going to go across? What is going to carry it? Okay, guys, so somebody has said sensory neuron. So guys, we've already seen the sensory neuron, so it's not going to be that one. The majority have gone for motor neuron. That's excellent. A few people have said relay. This is not a reflex arc, and I will come on to relay neurons, okay? This happens when there is, without you thinking about it, and this is wrong, okay? I will come on to this. So obviously, this is movement, okay? This is a motor response. The brain needs to tell your hands to switch that alarm off, doesn't it? So it will go via a motor neuron. Okay, the motor neuron will carry that impulse that this sound is going off and we need to switch the alarm off, and it will take it to the effector. This is what carries out the movement, okay? And your effector, in this case, is going to be your muscle. Okay, it might be the muscle in your arm so that you can switch the alarm off, okay? And this is the basic pathway for anything that is happening in any nervous system response, okay? As long as this is something that you want to think about and something that you can process, it doesn't matter what is happening, your brain is doing this all the time, okay? And this is even for as you're listening to me or as you're eating, these are things that are happening all the time. So remember, we go from our stimulus to our receptor. The receptor carries that information via the sensory neuron to the CNS. The CNS will then tell that information to go to the effector, and this is done via the motor neuron, which will then carry that information out to our effector. Okay, guys, so these 6 things, you must become very confident with them, and we will do some practice. Okay, so guys, just another recap. So you can see here that, do you guys remember that I said earlier that you've got your spinal cord? So can you guys just see these bits? So this is kind of like your bones. So if you feel on your back, you can feel that you have these bones, and the cord is just sitting inside here. Okay, this is my brain, and this is my spinal cord. Okay, so the first thing is you can see here, you've got your sensory neuron. Remember, this was our cell body, and this is that, this is my axon, yeah? And these are the nerve endings, and we've got the dendrites. Okay, so the impulse, let's say we've beat 2 steps. We've got our stimulus, our receptor, all of this has happened, and we've come now to the sensory neuron. The direction of the impulse is going this way, yeah? Because it's going towards the brain. Your sensory nerves will carry these impulses to the CNS, and the information is processed, and impulses are sent along the motor neuron. So basically, from the outside, from the peripheral nervous system, it goes into the center, and then it goes up to the brain and the spinal cord, and the brain decides what to do, and it will then take it to the motor neuron. Okay, and now the impulse is going this way to wherever, any part of your body. Okay, so this ending can either be in the muscle or it can be in the gland. Now, you guys will see that the sensory and the motor neurons, so these are both neurons, okay? They're both examples of nerves, but actually they do look a little bit different. And sometimes, I know the exams are a while away, but they will ask you to just, they will ask you to label it, and you need to kind of know which one is sensory and which one is motor. So this is a sensory neuron over here. Okay, and this is a motor neuron. So guys, let's just orientate ourselves, and you can annotate this along with me. So over here, guys, what do I have? These are my dendrites. Okay, I have got my axon here, and I've got my cell body. Okay, and these are our nerve endings over here. Now, if I look at my motor neuron over here, you will see that actually this same cell body is actually over here, and the dendrites are surrounding it. Okay, and this is basically the major difference. And again, the axon is here. Now, the reason is basically just because these are going towards the CNS, so the cell body just tends to sit outside, whereas because the motor neurons are carrying it away from the CNS, because this kind of coordinates the cell, it just tends to sit here. Okay, you don't really need to know why this is happening, but it's just a good idea to appreciate that these look slightly different. Okay, so here the cell body is sitting like this. Now, you may have also seen that we have got these little blobs, okay? And these blobs are in both of the sensory and the motor neurons. If you're doing triple sciences, basically what these blobs are is, this is a myelin sheath. Okay, it's like a sheath, it's like a protective cover, and basically what it does is it allows the impulse to go very quickly. So these responses, these are electrical impulses. Okay, and this is it's basically like, it's not electricity, but it is an electrical impulse, and you need these to go very quickly. Okay, because as humans we're doing lots of things, and lots of things are happening on the outside. So basically this sheath, it just means that the signal can just bounce like this across, because it's sort of like an insulator, and it just lets it bounce through rather than it having to travel through each single one like so. It just lets it bounce across. Okay, and this means that things can happen much more quickly. Okay, guys, so I am drilling this in, but just a quick recap. Okay, so let's just say that something is on your leg. Okay, there's like a table in the way and you need to move it out of the way. So you want to move your leg out the way. So essentially your sensory receptor will detect that. Okay, this sensory receptor is on the skin. It realizes that actually there's something on your leg and you need to move it. The sensory neuron will carry that information across, okay, and it will carry it up to, this is a spinal cord, it's just a section of it, and this is my brain, and basically it will carry it up to the brain, and then the brain this is my central nervous system. It will decide, okay, there's something on my leg, I need to move my leg out the way. Now that action will happen by the muscles. Okay, so we're trying to get back to the muscles. So the CNS will then say, okay, let's just take the motor neuron, this is in purple here, and the motor neuron will carry that information across for movement, okay, and it will carry it to the muscle. Okay, so this is my motor neuron here, and it will carry it to the muscle, which is the effector, and then your muscle will move, okay, and then the object will be out of your way. So this is our basic pathway that usually happens. Okay, guys, so what we're going to do now is just one exam question, and then I'll let you guys go for a break. Okay, so let's just have a look at this. So let's just highlight this question. So I'll give you guys a moment to read this and I'll read it with you. So Gareth takes a penalty kick. Okay, he watches the moving ball speed towards the goal. The list below describes how the nervous system takes part in some of the above events, but it's not in the correct order. So guys, just make sure you read the question. So this is not correct. And then it says, place the 5 statements above in the correct order. Okay, so guys, have a think of what numbers you would put in order by looking at these. And this is essentially exactly what we've just done. So hopefully you should be able to do it. Okay, so guys, tell me, which one do you think comes first? Fantastic. Well done, everyone. So the first thing that is going to happen is that the light from the moving ball, okay, strikes the receptor cells in the eye. Okay, so the first thing that will obviously happen will be our stimulus, okay, and that stimulus is basically this ball that he's seeing, okay, and he needs to reach the eye, and it goes to the receptors in the eye. So that is the first thing. Now, once the cells have detected that, okay, the next thing is that the cells need to respond to this. So the receptor cells will then respond to this stimulus. Okay, that's number two. Once they've responded, remember, where do we go next? Well, what happens is that we produce these electrical impulses, okay, and that is basically the sensory neurons that we talked about. That impulse passes along the neurons, okay, so that would be our sensory neuron. And then finally, the central nervous system will process that information, okay? So this question is not looking at the whole pathway, it's just looking at basically what will happen first as soon as you see it, okay? So they're not talking about once you kick the ball and the effector and the motor, they're just talking about the first pathway, which is basically from stimulus to receptor to the central nervous system, okay? And then after that, obviously, we get motor neuron and we get effector, but they basically just stopped here. They're just asking for the first bit of what is happening. Does anyone have any questions on this question, or were you guys okay? Okay, great. So well done, guys. So that was the first bit of the session. So we're going to take a quick break now because I don't want to fry all of your brains. So if you guys just go for a break, and if you come back at 11 o'clock, and we will continue talking about the nervous system and reflexes. Hi everyone, welcome back. So I hope that you all enjoyed your break. So before we move on to talking about reflexes, we're just going to do a quick Kahoot quiz. So I'll just get that up for you guys, and if you want to log on. I think we will make a start, guys, and then if you join in, you can just look at the code at the bottom of the screen. Fantastic. Okay, well done everyone. That was nice and easy. So you guys are all awake. Great. Okay, let's see who can come in the top 3. Fantastic. So the nervous system is there to gather sensory information. And well done, nobody put carry hormones, okay, because this is the other system, which we're going to talk about. Fantastic. So it's made up of the brain and the spinal cord. And in particular, this question should say, what is the central nervous system made up of? Okay, because remember, we've got the peripheral nervous system, which is the rest of the nerves. So the central is made up of the brain and the spinal cord. Okay, so it's to carry impulses around the body. And remember that these impulses, these are electrical impulses, or you can describe them as signals. Okay, so a few mixed answers here. So we haven't actually done this bit yet. This is coming up in the next section. But what would connect a sensory and a motor neuron is something called a relay neuron. A lot of you have said sensory, so that doesn't really make sense because it's what's connecting a sensory and a motor. But we will talk about the relay response coming shortly. And this is for testing you guys. We haven't done this one yet, so let's see who already knows. Okay, oh wow, well done. So a lot of you already know what we're talking about. So this is a reflex action, and we're just gonna move on to talking about this now, and I will go through it. All right, fantastic. Well done, guys. So a lot of you got all of those correct. So you guys are all awake. That's great. So we're going to move on to something that is a little bit more, well, it's not really harder, but it's just building on what we have learned. Okay, so guys, as we just said, so you should be able to see my screen. So we have been talking about things that we need to respond to in the body and the way in which our brain actually processes that information. Okay, so all of those things, we actually think about them. Sometimes responses occur so quickly that actually we don't think about them. Okay, so really common examples are, say if by accident you touch a burning candle, you don't sit there and think, oh, maybe I should move my hand. Okay, your hand will move on its own without you thinking about it. Okay, it just does it. If, for example, with your eye, if there is some dust that comes into your eye, okay, you don't sit there and think, oh, maybe I should rub my eye and try and get rid of it. Your eyelashes will start to blink and your eye will try and get rid of it on its own. Okay, blinking happens without you thinking about it. Other situations are, okay, that's meant to be a nose, but sometimes you cough and you can sneeze if there is something irritating you and you don't think about coughing or sneezing. Okay, you do that on your own. So all of these things, these happen without conscious parts of our brain thinking about them. Okay, and these are actually really very important and they protect us from danger. Okay, automatic responses like these that happen automatically, i.e. we don't think about them, these are known as reflexes. Okay, and we're going to talk about how this response happens because it is completely different to what we have just seen. Okay, so why do we need these reflexes? So as I touched on, these reflexes, these are really important, okay, to help avoid danger or harm. Okay, so for example, if you touch a hot flame or, you know, you touch a very hot kettle, you can become, your skin will burn and this can be very dangerous. So that's why it's important that your body realizes that there is danger and removes your hand away. It's not even just things that happen that could be dangerous. There's also lots of reflexes that take care of basic body functions. Okay, so you don't need to sit and decide whether you want to breathe, okay, or whether your heart is going to beat. All of these things, they happen on their own. Okay, when you eat something, your digestive system will move that food through, and you don't have to decide this. Okay, it does it on its own. Now these are automatic, i.e. they happen by themselves or on their own without you thinking about them, and they are rapid. Okay, they happen at a very quick speed that you don't even have to think about it. Now, because they're happening by themselves, what that means is that they do not involve the conscious part of the brain. Okay, so remember, we talked about our central nervous system as being the coordinator. Okay, this is like what coordinates everything and decides what to do. When you have a reflex action, okay, it does not involve this part anymore. We are now skipping this, because if you have to sit and think and your brain has to decide whether to move your hand away from a flame, okay, this will waste a lot of time and this is dangerous. So we do not involve the conscious parts of the brain. Okay, conscious just means that you are thinking or that you are aware of it. Okay, so we are moving away from the CNS, and it's really important that you guys can appreciate that. Okay, if we are not using the CNS, okay, then what do we do if the central nervous system is not being involved? Okay, so the reflex actions, they involve 3 types of neuron. So firstly, okay, if we take the example of touching something hot, we will still have our sensory neuron that will send that message. Okay, and it still needs to go to the motor neuron to tell you to move your hand away from the danger. How do we get from the sensory to the motor? Okay, because we're not taking it to the CNS. And this is where something else comes in, and this is known as our relay neuron. Okay, relay just means it passes on the message. And in the quiz, we saw that, what connects sensory and motor, and the answer was relay. Okay, so this is the second neuron that is involved into it. Okay, so it involves 3 types of neurons: sensory, motor, and relay. Okay, and we will talk about these now. Okay, so basically this is a very typical diagram that you will keep seeing, and this is known as a reflex arc. And basically we can just orientate ourselves. So you can see this this bit here. So guys, tell me, what is this bit that I'm looking at over here? Well done, guys. This is my spinal cord. A lot of people, when they see this diagram, they get a bit intimidated. They don't really understand, like, why does the spinal cord look like this fat thing? But basically, just to make it really clear, if this is my human, okay, and this is the back, so basically the cord is that thing in the middle. And if you were to just take a cross section of it and you were to look at the cord from the top, this is basically what it looks like. Okay, it's a very complex structure, but put simply, this is the cord. So the cord is actually really long. They've just taken one section of it just to show you what's happening. Okay, so we've orientated ourselves. This is my spinal cord here. Now I'm going to start off at the beginning. So here I've got a stimulus. What stimulus is? Okay, so this is a pin. So just imagine, guys, that there is a needle or a pin that is hitting your skin. Okay, something's gone wrong. Now, obviously, this can be very dangerous and this can hurt you. So this is a reflex, because your hand will quickly move away as soon as somebody pricks you with a pin. Okay, so the first thing is your stimulus is a sharp pin. It's detected by a receptor, which is in the skin. Okay, these are my skin receptors, and these realize, oh no, there's something pricking me, and we need to stop this. Okay, this information will go from the receptors to the sensory neuron. Okay, this is step 3. This is a sensory, i.e. it's detecting what is happening, and it's going to pass it along, okay, as it always does, okay? And you will remember that this is the long axon of that sensory neuron. Now we come here, what usually happens is that the sensory neuron, it will take it to the brain, Okay, and it will follow it up the CNS, and then your brain will decide, okay, there's something pricking me, let me move my hand. However, this is dangerous, okay, and this needs to be automatic, and it needs to be rapid. We do not have time to go all the way up to the brain and the whole central nervous system. This is where our relay neuron comes in. Okay, so this is number 4, and this will be my relay. Essentially, can you guys see that the sensory neuron ends here? Okay, and just connecting that to the motor neuron is my relay. So it just acts as a bit of a connector to quickly pass on that message to the next bit, which is the motor neuron. Okay, and the motor neuron is this whole thing here, and the signal is going across, and obviously it will go to the muscle. So it will go to the muscle in your hand so that you can move your hand away from the pinprick, or you can take the pin out. Okay, this is just the effector, which allows movement. Now, this relay is basically the key thing over here. Because of this relay, it saves a lot of time. Can you see how small this relay neuron is? It just means that as soon as the danger is detected, it will quickly just whiz through and an action will happen. We're not going to be going up to the brain and then your brain will be deciding, oh, what should we do, and take it up the CNS. This is a very short neuron. Okay, and it allows this pathway to be automatic, i.e. you are not thinking, it happened on its own, it's rapid, okay? And this whole process, as I said, is known as the reflex arc, okay? And it does not involve the CNS. You're not thinking about this, it is happening on its own. Okay, so as we can see, we will just go through this. So I've explained that. So as we said, an electrical impulse passes along the receptor, along the sensory neuron, to the CNS. So it's going to the spinal cord, but it's not traveling up. It doesn't go up the spinal cord, and it doesn't go to the brain. So it then passes along a relay neuron, which is over here, and then it goes straight back to the motor. It doesn't go up the whole cord. It just goes back to this motor neuron over here. And then the impulse arrives very quickly at the effector organ. Okay, so remember, effector is just a general term. An effector is usually a muscle, and sometimes we can describe it as a gland. Okay, we've already talked about this. And this pathway is called my reflex arc. Now, basically, what you will realize is that in between these neurons, okay, there's actually millions of them. And what happens at the connection? So here I've got a sensory neuron over here, and then I've got my relay. So that you can see that there is this little bit over here where actually the neurons are not connected and they're not joined together, but somehow that electrical signal, it manages to jump across. Okay, and this is a very special area, which I will tell you guys about. This is known as something called a synapse. So there are junctions between the neurons, okay, and these are called synapses, which form physical gaps, i.e. there's an actual space between them, okay, because you have to think about it. So we've got millions of neurons, but obviously one neuron is not going to go all the way from your hand right till your leg, okay? They're going to be broken up into little neurons, and the gaps between these neurons are basically called synapses because they have to meet somewhere. And the electrical impulses traveling along the neurons, they have to cross this gap by diffusion. So diffusion is a whole other topic, but guys, tell me, what does diffusion mean? Hopefully this is something that you have heard of. Fantastic. So basically, diffusion is just a way in which particles move. So let's say, for example, I've got like loads of chemicals on one side, and here I've just got a couple. So diffusion just means that these will actually start to move on the other side. It's random and they move on their own. Okay, so that is what diffusion means. Now, because they have to move by diffusion, okay, this is a little bit slower than normally what happens via the electrical impulses where the neurons where the electrical impulses normally go through, because the nerves, remember we said that they've got that sheath around them, so they allow things to just go by so quickly, but at the synapse it's a little bit slower. Okay, but it still allows them to cross because there is a gap, and the only way that it can get across this gap is by diffusion. Okay, so I'm just going to make things really clear now. So let's just say that here I've got one neuron. Okay, this is the nerve ending of one neuron, and then I've got another neuron here. Okay, so let's just say, for example, this is my sensory neuron. Okay, that's got the information that, okay, there's something pricking me. And then this is my relay neuron. It wants to send that message really quickly. Where these two neurons meet, okay, this is a very special place, and this is called a synapse. Okay, it is where these two neurons are meeting. Now there is a physical gap here. Okay, this bit is a gap. This signal that is shooting through, how does it go from here to here? So the way that it goes through is via diffusion. Okay, so what happens is that those messages, they diffuse across. So basically what happens is chemicals that are here, we've got loads of them because there is a signal here. Okay, something has pricked you and there's nothing really going on here. So what these do is these will just jump across by diffusion. And this allows that signal to then be carried onto the relay neuron. And then again, once this relay neuron has like finished over here, it will then take it to a motor neuron. Okay, so this will then be a motor neuron here, which will take it to the muscle so that you can move your hand. And again, this signal will diffuse across. Okay, so this is by diffusion. And again, this junction where two neurons meet is my synapse. Okay, so can you guys see that? So a synapse is a junction between two nerve cells, because obviously one nerve cell is not going to be like 1 meter long. We've got loads of little ones, and this is where they meet up with each other. So this is just a diagram which shows that. So you can see here that the chemicals are released in the gap between the neurons, and then they attach to the surface of the next neuron, and then they set up the impulse to go across. And we can see that very nicely here again. So over here I have got, remember these are my dendrites, this is my axon, okay, and then these are, remember really early on in the beginning I said that we've got things called nerve endings. So those are here, and they will meet with other nerve endings, and where they meet, this junction is a synapse. Okay, and if we were to put a microscope here and look at it, it would basically look like this massive thing. Okay, and we've basically got chemical neurotransmitters which are going from one neuron, they are diffusing across to another one, and as soon as they come, it just sort of wakes this one up and it triggers it to just send the impulse across, because once these come through, it realizes, oh, something's happening and it needs to pass it on. Okay guys, any questions on that? You guys are okay? So we'll just go to, so now because synapses are mainly in the reflex arc, so we're just going to talk about the reflex arc in detail now that we understand what a synapse is. Okay, so what do I have here? I've got a boiling pan, and this person has decided to stick their hand inside the pan for some and touch the pan. Okay, so obviously this is hot. Okay, so what is my stimulus going to be here? So the stimulus is something in the outside, right? So obviously the stimulus here is the hot pan, okay? And as soon as you touch that, your receptors that are here in the skin, So we have got skin receptors, and they detect that. Okay, so your skin realizes, ouch, this is really hot. A receptor in the skin is stimulated, like it wakes up, when you touch an object. Now, what do we do with that? Okay, so that information is really important. So again, we will pass that information along, and it will go via a sensory neuron. Okay, the sensory neuron will carry that impulse, okay, to the CNS, the central nervous system. Okay, so we'll take it up there to the CNS. So remember, this is my section of the spinal cord. Okay, but now it's not going to spend its time going up the whole cord and going up to the brain. Remember, that is a waste of time. You might get burnt here if you spend any longer touching this pan. And this is where our relay neuron comes in. So our relay neuron is over here. Okay, it's this bit in the middle. And basically what the relay neuron is connected via a synapse. So where the sensory and relay neuron meet, we have a synapse. They synapse with the relay neuron, and that chemical will be released to pass on the signal. And the chemical will diffuse across the synapse to the relay neuron, which sets off a new electrical impulse. So now we're at the relay. Okay, we bypassed all of the brain and all of this, and we went to the relay. So we're now over here at our relay neuron. And then again, what it does is where the relay neuron and the motor neuron meet, there is another synapse, and the electrical impulse is then passed along to the motor neuron. Okay, so it then goes to this motor neuron, and where's it going to go? To my effector. Okay, this is my effector muscle in the arm, which will be stimulated to respond. And as we said, basically, the effector can either be a muscle, so it will move, and sometimes it can be a gland, which will allow it to release some chemical substances. Now, the main thing to remember, guys, if you remember one thing about reflex arcs, I want you guys to take home that in a reflex action, the coordinator is a relay neuron, and it is in the spinal cord or in the unconscious areas of the brain, i.e. you're not thinking about this, okay, we're not involving the central nervous system because that is going to waste a lot of time. Okay, so guys, just another very nice diagram which illustrates this. So I want you guys to label this one with me as I go along, okay? So this is a cacti plant, and there is, unfortunately, this person has now pricked this plant, okay? So what is going to be over here on my finger? What is going to detect that? So this plant, we will say, is the stimulus. Okay, what is the arrow pointing to over here? Exactly, so this is going to be my receptor, guys, because this is what will receive that signal, okay? And once it realizes that actually, oh no, it hurts and it's being pricked, it will carry this message along another type of neuron. So what neuron is going to carry this? Okay, I'm telling you guys it's a neuron. There's only 3 neurons it can be. Which one is it going to be? Fantastic. It will be a sensory neuron, okay, because this sensory neuron detects it from the senses, and it will take it across. Okay, so when here in the spinal cord, it will carry that message. Now this is something that is automatic and rapid, okay, because if you keep pricking this plant, you will start to bleed. So you don't want to be thinking about this. You want it to happen on its own. we then come in the middle here. So instead of wasting time going up to the brain, it will go to a relay neuron over here, and it will pass along this synapse over here. And the relay neuron will send the message via the motor neuron. And it will take it to the muscle here, and so that you can move your hand away. This muscle is known as my effector. Well done, guys. Okay, so over here I have got 3 different types of neurons. So just to recap so that you guys clearly know the differences between them. Okay, so guys, the first one on the left, okay, what type of neuron do you think that one is? So have a vote. What do you think this one is over here? Okay, fantastic, guys. So the majority of you have said sensory neuron, and that is great. So remember, the sensory neuron looks like this. It's got the little cell body here, dendrites, and the axon. So this is a sensory neuron. Okay, it's a very typical picture of a sensory neuron. What do I have over here on the right? Okay, so I'm talking about number 3. Okay, so what do you guys think this one is? Okay, let's go. Okay, so majority of you have gone with motor neuron, fantastic. So somebody said sensory. So guys, the one on the left is sensory, so obviously it can't be the other one. And a couple of you have said relay. Okay, so just look at the diagram. So you can see that this is pointing to muscle. Okay, so if it's connected to the muscle, it must be a motor neuron, right? And do you remember that we said that this cell body sitting where the dendrites are, this is very characteristic of a motor neuron. And that means that therefore the one in the middle, which we haven't really talked about, this would be a relay neuron. The relay neuron, remember, it just connects these two. So it's very small and it's very basic. It doesn't have this sheath around it because it's such a short distance that it will just quickly go through. And the cell body sits in the middle. So these are our 3 types of neurons: sensory, relay, and motor. Okay, guys, so we've got a question over here. So I have explained this to you guys. This is an example of a reflex arc, okay, because you can see here that there is a candle over here, and it looks like this person has touched it. So guys, tell me, what is number 1 pointing to over here? Okay, I'm going to give you guys just 15 seconds for each one. So fantastic, pretty much everyone has said stimulus. That is great. This is my stimulus over here, something that I need to respond to. Okay, well done, guys. And then what about number 2? What is this pointing to over here? Okay, great, guys. So the correct answer here, as you guys have rightly, most of you have said that the correct answer here is receptor. A couple of you have said effector. So don't get mixed up. We're not at the effector yet. Basically, this is pointing to the skin, and the skin is basically, it has touched the candle and it's realized that it's hot. Okay, so we've got stimulus, we've got receptor. Okay, what is number 3 pointing at? What is this red line going through? Okay, well done. So most of you have said sensory neuron. I'm really impressed. Great. So this will be my sensory neuron that will carry that information across. Okay, so you guys have probably got this. So what is next? What does the sensory information take that to? What is this green blob in the middle? Great, so that would be the relay neuron in the middle. Remember, this is a reflex response, it's automatic and it is rapid. We are not going to go up to the brain, okay? We are not doing this. The relay neuron is just going to take it directly to what will take it now to the muscle? What is the final neuron that we will have? What am I pointing to on number 5? Fantastic, guys. So all of you have said motor neuron, exactly. So it will go via the motor neuron and then finally it will take it to the last thing, which is the muscle, so that you can move your hand out of the way, and this will be my effector, okay? You need to be able to use these terms. So if you guys are going to write things like muscle, you'll probably get this wrong in the exam because yes, this is a muscle, but they want you to identify that this is the effector, okay? This is what is doing the response, and even though it's a muscle, you should say that it is the effector. So well done, guys, you have picked up that concept really well. So just to highlight the 2 key differences between both of the pathways that we've talked about, okay? So over here, I've got a glass of water, which I want to drink, okay? So my eyes will see that, okay? So these are my receptors. We have got the eye cells, which will see that, okay? They will send a message via the sensory neuron to the brain, and your brain will sit and think, should I drink the water? Should I leave it? What should I do? Okay. Your brain then decides, yes, I want to drink that water. Okay. And it will carry that message to via the motor neuron, okay, to the effector, i.e. the muscle in this case, so that you lift up that glass of water. Okay. And this is what happens most of the time. We are making decisions and we are involving the CNS and the brain. Okay, this is what we talked about in the beginning. However, this doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes we need to do things much more quickly. Okay, so let's say I change the scenario now, and instead somebody has now poured this water into your eye. Okay, unfortunately somebody's thrown this water into your eye. Now things are different. Okay, you're not going to sit there and think, okay, should I rub my eye? Should I start blinking? So if there is now water in your eye, okay, it goes to the sensory neuron, but this action has to be much more rapid, and we then involve our reflex arc. Okay, so now I've got my relay neuron. Okay, so we can cross all of this out. We're not making any decisions, and the relay neuron will take that impulse straight to the motor neuron. Okay, and you will start blinking very rapidly. Okay, and this is automatic. You're not thinking about this. Okay, if something is in your eye, you will start blinking on your own. Okay, there's no thought involved, and this pathway here would be my reflex arc. Okay, so hopefully that is all very clear to you guys. And just a quick fun fact before we move on. So some of you may recognize the person in this picture. So this is Stephen Hawking, and you will know that unfortunately he remained in a wheelchair for most of his life. And this is because he had something called motor neuron disease. Okay, and you might think that, okay, that doesn't sound like a big problem, but as we talked about, the nerves are really, really important. And unfortunately, in some people, they can break down. And when these nerves break down, essentially, you can't pass on any information. So even though he can feel things, he can't actually take the action, like, you know, lift something up or move his legs. And that's because of problems with the motor neuron. So you can see the consequences that it can have. Okay, and then just a few quick definitions. Okay, so just to really consolidate what we've talked about, a sensory neuron is one that carries an electrical impulse. So in case I haven't said this before, these are all electrical signals, okay? It's not like chemicals in the blood, okay? These are all impulses, and that's really important to distinguish. So they're taking it from the receptor to the CNS. The relay neuron is the one that will take it from the sensory to the motor. And then the motor neuron is one that carries an electrical impulse away from the CNS, and it will usually take that to an effector, i.e. our muscle or our gland, and the effector is in general a muscle or a gland. Okay, so you guys can just have that for reference. Okay guys, so just another exam question. Okay, so which part is the receptor? So have a go at this one. So this is usually a 1-mark question in the exams, and it's quite a good idea to just get these ones right, like the multiple choice, because they do tend to be a lot easier than the ones where you have to write out your answer. Okay, fantastic. So the correct answer here is A. The receptor is in the thumb. Okay, this is a hot tripod. Tripod is just like a stand that you can use in some experiments, so it's hot, and it will be in the thumb. So a few of you have said sensory, have said B. So B is not that. B is pointing to the neuron itself. Okay, it's not the actual receptor. Okay, which part is the effector of the reflex action? Okay, so let's go through this one. Okay, so most of you have said F, but a few people have said B, C, and D. Okay, so the correct answer here would be F. Remember, effector is, as we've said, it's a muscle or a gland, and you can see that this is basically a muscle. I know it looks a bit weird, but this is what a muscle looks like in this diagram. The other things, well, I'll tell you what all of them are. Let's just do one question, one more. So which part shows a sensory neuron? Okay, yay, everyone got this one right. Yep, so that is B, that is my sensory neuron over here. Great. Okay, and now, okay, which part shows a synapse? Okay, so this question is a little bit trickier. So split between C and D. Okay, so the correct answer here is actually D. If you didn't get that, so remember we said that synapse, okay, synapse is basically, it's just a space. Okay, you can remember that because they both start with S. The synapse is the space where two neurons meet, okay? It's that gap between them. So if you see here, this is one neuron, and then this is another one here, okay? And D is pointing to that little gap in the middle, and that's why that's the correct answer. Okay, so it's basically this space where they meet and that diffusion takes place. What you guys are pointing to see, this little bubble, that's basically the cell body. So do you remember in the beginning we talked about the nerve, and the nerve looks like this, the sensory nerve. Okay, and these are the dendrites. So this bit here is the cell body, and that is basically what they are showing over there, and that's what C is. So it's a bit tricky to appreciate on the diagram, but the correct answer is D. Okay, so I'll just quickly, so well done guys. So basically A is a receptor, B is a sensory neuron, C is a cell body, D is a synapse, E is my motor neuron, and F is my effector, okay? You will keep seeing these diagrams coming up, and you know, the more practice you do, it's literally, it will become very, very straightforward, but you guys are doing amazing, so well done. Okay, so we're going to move on to talking about something which is also very interesting, which is the brain, okay? So we said that the central nervous system is made up of the brain and the spinal cord. Okay, we're going to focus now on our brain. Okay, so the brain is actually a very, very amazing organ, and it pretty much controls everything. So this is just what the brain looks like on the inside. It's actually very pink and quite squidgy. So information from sensory receptors from all over the body feed into the brain. So obviously everything that happens on the outside or things that you need to respond to, literally your brain is processing everything, like as I'm speaking, as you're eating, you know, as things are appearing on the screen, the brain is processing all of this information. Okay, and basically what it does is once it has a think about what it wants to do and it processes that, okay, it then sends out the impulses along the motor neurons, okay, and that will coordinate the responses to different situations that you meet. So the brain will realize that, okay, I need to move around, I need to go to sleep, I need to get up, and that is all passed via the motor neurons. And as we said, the brain covers everything, controls everything from walking to even your personality as well. So if you're very loud or you're very quiet or etc., you know, it controls everything and what you think about certain things, and you know, if you get upset or you feel happy, etc. So it's all happening in our brain over here. And by the way, this bit, guys, this long thing, this is the spinal cord over here. This is what it looks like. So this is the spinal cord, and can you see they're connected to each other? Okay, because they work closely, and this bit is my brain. Okay, now the structure of the brain. So obviously the brain is a really important organ, and if your brain is not working properly, it can have huge effects. So the brain is actually very well protected. So this is like the deep inside of the brain. Remember I told you it's like pink and it's quite soft. So the brain is very delicate. Okay, and if, for example, you fall over and you hit your head, if your brain wasn't protected, your brain could become damaged. So there's actually loads of layers that just sort of protect the brain and just make sure that it's okay, and that even if you know you get involved in any kind of head injury, you will still be protected. So the brain is protected inside the bones of the skull. So you'll know that you've got bones surrounding your brain, and that is known as your skull. It's this hard bit over here. Don't worry about all of these labels. I will point out the ones that you need to know. So this is just your skull, and it's basically like a bone, okay? And around that bone, you have something called meninges. And meninges is just like a layer of tissue that just protects the brain. So it's kind of like this layer over here. Obviously, if the brain was just lying open, okay, lots of things could affect it. So we've just got this layer on top that just protects it, and it gives it like nutrients, and it takes away toxic stuff as well. And your brain is made up of billions of interconnected neurons that from different regions. Okay, so there's lots of neurons that keep reaching the brain. Okay, so this is just an overview. So even if you are doing just doing GCSE biology double science and not triple, you still need to know the main areas of the brain, and I wouldn't get too bogged down. It's just to understand what each of them do. So obviously different parts of the brain are carrying out different functions. Okay, so this is just like a section of the brain. So the brain is kind of a big organ like this. If I were to just take a section and cut it open, it would basically just look like this over here. Now there are basically three main parts here. So this pink squidgy bit is known as the cerebral cortex. Okay, and this is like the bulk of it, it's the main bit. And it's pretty much controlling how you behave. So your intelligence, whether you can remember what I'm saying, you know, whether you're good at biology, and your language and the way that you speak. Okay, so this is the cortex, and it's pretty much doing everything. And it's always working really hard. Okay, that is the bulk of it. And cerebral just basically means brain. It comes from Greek as cerebrum. And your cortex is just like the main bit. Okay, so that was the cortex. So that's the cerebral cortex. That's all of this pink bit. Oh, sorry, all of this that I've shaded in green. You guys will then see this little kind of leaf-like structure at the bottom over here. Okay, and this is known as something called the cerebellum. Okay, so basically cerebrum, okay, don't worry about this too much, guys. So cerebrum is brain. Okay, and cerebellum is another part. It's like sort of connected to the brain at the bottom. It's got two L's in it. And basically, this is concerned with coordinating your activity and your balance. Okay, so you will know that you're able to walk in a straight line, you don't fall over. But if your cerebellum is not working properly, you can have problems with your balance, and you can feel quite dizzy. Your posture is not proper, and yeah, you can just sort of struggle to walk properly. So this cerebellum is all about balance. Okay, so it's not about what you're thinking and what you're saying. It's just about controlling your position and your balance and the way that your body moves. Okay, so we talked about two areas. Okay, we said the cerebral cortex, and then we said the cerebellum. We've got one last bit over here, which is known as the medulla. Okay, and that is like this area over here. Now the medulla is basically the area that is concerned with unconscious activities, i.e. not thinking. Okay, you don't know these things are happening. They're just happening on their own. So for example, this is your heart. Okay, your heart is beating. You don't have to tell your heart to stop beating. Okay, it does it on its own. You don't tell your gut that it needs to digest food. Okay, it does it on its own. And with your breathing, okay, you don't tell your lungs to breathe. They do it on their own. And all of this is coordinated in the medulla. And the medulla is basically just controlling all of the unconscious bits, okay? Okay guys, so hopefully you can see my whiteboard here. So remember that if I have got my brain, okay, So this is my brain organ over here, because I know it's probably quite a lot of new terms. So that's my brain, okay? And at the top of it, okay, is the bulk, okay? And this is known as my cerebral cortex, okay? And guys, tell me, what is my cerebral cortex doing? So my cerebral cortex is concerned with thinking, okay, and it's my personality, and it's about making decisions. Okay, what do I want to do? How do I feel? Am I happy? Am I sad? Okay, this is like the main part of the brain. Okay, that is the cerebral cortex. Okay. We then had our other area. Remember, we came slightly slower down, and there was a sort of leafy-like structure over here. Okay, this was area number 2, and this was my cerebellum. Okay, and basically what this bit was concerned with is just think about balance. Okay, so it's all about your balance, your muscles, and your coordination. And you might think, okay, this is probably not a big deal, but actually people who unfortunately have problems with their cerebellum, they really struggle to walk or to like even pick up a glass or pick up a pen, and it can have quite a lot of problems. So that is your cerebellum there. And then lastly, we had the medulla, which is sits just at the bottom of the brain over here. Okay, that is my medulla. Now, the medulla is, remember, when we think of this, we think of unconscious. Okay, so things that we are not thinking about. Okay, and remember, what things do we do that we don't think about? Well, our heart beats on its own, and our lungs breathe in and out on their own, and our gut also digests food. Okay, so the medulla is thinking about all the things that you don't actually have to think about. Okay, and that is basically just an overview of the brain. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay, guys, so I think we will stop there, and we will come back and take a lunch break now from 12 to 1. So I'll let you guys have some lunch, and then what we'll do is we'll come back and do a quiz, and we'll continue to talk about the eye and about hormonal control. Everyone, welcome back. So I hope that you all enjoyed your lunch break. So we're just going to continue where we left off, and we're going to move on. We've covered the spinal cord and the central nervous system. We've talked about the brain, and we're going to talk a little bit about the eye now. Just before we do that, just to make sure that everyone is still following, a bit of a recap, and we're just going to do a bit of exam practice before we get into talking about the eye. Okay, so let's just have a look at this question. So our nervous system controls our reactions. Okay, and figure 1 shows part of the nervous system involved in the rapid response to a stimulus. Okay, so just make sure you always pay close attention to the diagram. So you can see here that this finger is being pricked by the pin, and the response is that the finger bends away from the pin. Okay, and the question is asking us, what is this type of rapid response called? Tick one box. Okay, so hopefully this should be nice and easy. Just send me your answers in the chat. Exactly. So this is a reflex action. This happens on its own without us thinking. Okay, so it's none of these things. Yes, it's fast. Okay, but that's not what it's called. Okay, so all of these are just there to trick you. So this is a reflex action. Okay, and then the next question says, draw one line from, so features of the nervous system are labelled on figure 1. Draw one line from each feature to the correct label from figure 1. Okay, guys, so let's start off with effector. What do you guys think that is? A, B, C, D, or E from the diagram? Fantastic. So all of you have got that. Well done. I'm really pleased. Yep. So that would be the effector. Sorry, effector would be E. That's correct. Okay, where is my relay neuron? Exactly. So remember, the relay neuron is that one in the middle. Okay. So if B was my if B is the neuron here, this C will be the relay neuron connecting that one to the motor. Okay. So my relay neuron will be C. Okay. And then hopefully that should make it really clear about which one is my sensory neuron. Great, and all of you who voted got that one correct. Fantastic. So that is my sensory neuron is B. Okay, that is carrying the stimulus from the receptor here and carrying that to the relay. Okay, fantastic. So, and just one last question. So neurons pass information around the body. Why are reflex reactions important? Again, this is a 1-mark question. So you want to say one sensible thing. Okay, so jot your answers down in the chat. Fantastic, guys. So some really good answers coming through. So to avoid danger, to stop potential harm, because we could harm ourselves, and they must be automatic. Exactly. So these are important. Okay, so these are basically a protective mechanism. So to protect us, you can say to prevent danger, okay, slash harm. Okay, all of you guys said that. And remember, reflex actions are also important for the automatic processes in the body. Okay, so this is an extra point. If you say anything about danger or harm, you will get that, but I just want to push you guys a bit further. And remember, things like breathing, okay, things like sneezing, blinking, okay, these are all reflexes as well, and these happen all the time, okay? But yeah, if you said to protect yourself from danger or harm, that's fantastic. Well done. Okay, great. So that was just a quick refresher of what we've covered this morning. So guys, we talked about the brain and the three main parts of the brain. Okay, the next thing that we're going to talk about, which is very closely related, is the eye. Okay, now this may be a topic that you haven't yet done in school, and to be honest, it is a bit challenging when you first start looking at the eye. So we will go through this very slowly. So we know that the eye is a sense organ. Okay, so what that means is that it contains sensory receptors. Okay, because obviously you need to see things around you for you to respond. Now, these sensory receptors, okay, they are sensitive to light, and they are sensitive to color. Okay, so you will know that when it's nighttime, you can't really see anything when it's dark, okay, because the sensory receptors, they only respond to light. So when it's dark, we can't actually see what's going on very clearly. So they detect light and they detect color. That's how you know things are different colors. Okay, and this is my eye over here. So if you have a look at your eye in the mirror, there are a few standout features which are common to every person's eye. Okay, so in the middle, okay, we have got this black dot over here. Okay, and that black dot, as you may know, is known as your pupil. Okay, and that sits right in the middle. Essentially, it's a dark hole, and it basically allows all of the light to come in. So anything that you're seeing, it goes straight through this pupil. Okay, so that's one part of it. You will then see that there's actually this other bit here, which in this person is green, okay, or blue, and this bit is called the iris. Okay, and this is what gives color to the eye. So some of you might have blue eyes, some of you might have brown, and some of you might have green eyes, okay? And the reason being is because your iris is different colors. So the iris is the bit that just surrounds the pupil, okay? And everyone has got one, and you will know the color of your eye. Now, so we've got a pupil, and we've got our iris here. Now you will know then, therefore, that the rest of your eyeball, if you have a look in the mirror, the rest of it is this white bit over here. Okay, all of this is white, and it's quite fleshy and spongy. Okay, and this white bit is known as something called sclera. If you've not heard of this term before, don't worry. Sclera just is sort of like an outer protective layer, and it's just like the big white ball that basically the eye sits in. Okay, so we've got a very nice diagram which has labelled that for us now. So as we said, the sclera is the white outer layer of the eye. Okay, so that is all of this bit here. I'm shading it in black, but you know that this bit is all white. Okay, that is my sclera. And this white bit, it's relatively tough, so it's quite, it's like a big white substance, and it's tough and it's strong. Okay, now the eye is very much exposed to the outer world. Things like your heart and your lungs, they're very deep inside your body, so even your brain is very deep inside, but the eyeball is very exposed. You know, lots of things like dust or rain, you know, any particles from the outside can just keep touching your eye, and therefore it needs to be well protected. So the sclera, okay, it's very tough, okay, and it's strong. So it just holds the eye together and makes sure that it doesn't get damaged, okay? Because otherwise, even like for example, if a football goes into your eye, it could really hurt your eye. Okay, now the sclera is white, but it has a transparent area at the front, and this is called the cornea. So basically where the iris sits, this whole layer is called the cornea, and it's just like a corner which is see-through. So you can't see anything from here, but as soon as light hits this bit, you can see through it. And this lets light into the eye. Okay, so obviously like if there is like another human standing here, you won't be able to see it from this point. This is just like white substance, but it basically goes straight through to the pupil. Okay, and that's how you're able to see things. So this cornea is just that space there. And the curved surface of the cornea is important for changing the direction of the light rays and for focusing it on the retina. So I'll talk a little bit about how light comes in a bit later on. Okay, so just continuing on the main structures of the eye. So we said that the iris is the bit that is the colorful bit. Okay, so remember iris can either be blue, it can be green, or brown. Okay, so it looks very nice, but it's also got, it's very useful in that it's basically like a muscle. So my iris is a muscle, and basically it controls the size of the pupil, which is the bit in the middle. That is the hole which the light comes through. And as we say, it's made of muscles that contract or they relax, okay, to change the size of the pupil, and so they can control how much light will go in, and I'll talk about this later. So sometimes you will see that your pupil is really small, and sometimes it becomes very big, and it becomes like a big black hole, and this is just because of this muscle that is making it bigger and smaller, and it just lets how much light go in and out. And if it's very bright, it tends to become small, and when the lighting is quite dim, it becomes bigger, just to let more light go in. Okay, so guys, just remember, so far we've looked at a few main things. So we've talked about the pupil. Remember, that is our black hole in the middle, which allows the light to come through. Okay, we've talked about our iris. That is the colorful bit, okay, which is also a muscle. Okay, now we've got a very good question which says, are human irises different colors because of the amount of melanin pigmentation? That's not actually true. The skin color that we have is different because of melanin, but that's not to do with the iris. Okay, but good question. So we've got pupil, we've got our iris, and then what did we say was this white fleshy bit? Remember, that was our sclera. Okay, this is the white bit, and it's tough and it's strong. Okay, those are the three main things we looked at, and we said that this whole area where you can see, that's known as the cornea. Okay, so as long as you guys can remember these four, that is great. Okay, so this diagram looks a little bit intimidating, but basically, so guys, if you imagine that this is your eye over here, so basically, if you were to take a cross section of this and you were just to look at it side on, basically, this is what the diagram that you would see, and this is a very common diagram that you will become very familiar with. So if you just imagine, this is like sideways. So let's say, for example, there is like a cup of water over here. Okay, so this is my cup of water, and basically if the eye is trying to look at it, just imagine that this is side on, so the eye is trying to look at this water from over here. Okay, so I'll help you guys out and we can go through this together. So essentially, the light that comes from this cup of water, as you want to see it, okay, it will basically go through here and it will hit the main part, which is the pupil. Okay, so that is that black bit here. This is the black bit. So this is the pupil that we talked about. So when I draw my eye front on, okay, that is the pupil there. And similarly, this is my pupil over here. Okay, this is just a sideways diagram. Now, it hits the pupil, and basically once the image of this cup of water hits the pupil, it basically reaches something else. Okay, and this bit over here, this big white thing, this is known as the lens. Okay, now this is really important because the lens controls like how big the cup looks and how small it looks, because otherwise things will actually appear really disproportionate. And I'll talk a bit later on about this. So the light from the cup, it goes through the pupil and to the lens. Okay, once it hits the lens, okay, all of this information about, you know, what color is the water, what color is the glass, it basically just, it hits the back of the eye, okay, and it hits this outer lining here that you can see in yellow, which is all across, okay, and this is known as my retina. And the retina is really quite an amazing tissue, which basically just is very sensitive to light and to color, and it just sort of processes the what you're seeing in it, and it recognizes that, okay, this must be there is like black, there is blue, it's like quite dark, quite bright. It just decides what it is, and it sort of processes what you've seen. Okay, so guys, we have said that we've got a pupil which lets the light in, we've got a lens which controls how big or small that cup looks. Okay, and then it hits the retina, which is the outer layer, I'm sorry, the layer of the eye, and this has got all of the receptors which basically process that image and decide what it looks like. Now, what do we do with this information? If you see a cup of water, you want to pick it up, don't you? So all of this information that the eye sees, it basically collects it, and it collects it in this area over here. Okay, it collects it in this area over here, and this is known as my optic nerve. Okay, optic meaning eye, and nerves we have already talked about. So this is basically a sensory nerve. Okay, and it will take it to the brain, where the brain will decide, oh, okay, there's a cup of water, maybe I should tell my hand to pick it up. Okay, so everything that the eye sees, even as you know what you're looking at the screen right now, it's all being processed and taken to the optic nerve. Okay, so there are a few other features. So these are basically the four main things. So I'm just going to make that blank again, guys. So just to remember, if I have got an object, let's say I've got a pen over here that I'm trying to look at. Okay, let's make it a candle. So the first thing is my pupil. Okay, it goes through to the lens. It then hits the back of the eye where I've got my retina. Okay, and that information is then collected in the optic nerve. Okay, if you guys can hold on to this information, that would be amazing. Okay, and then there are just a few extra things that are going on. Now, this lens, it's held in position by some ligaments. These are known as suspensory ligaments because they suspend the lens. And these suspensory ligaments are held together by something called a ciliary body. Okay, if you are not familiar with these terms yet, don't worry, just try and remember the blue ones for now. Okay, so we've got a ciliary body and suspensory ligaments. And just a few other key things to label on here. So this blue bit that you can see, this is basically the iris. Okay, that's what's giving it the color over here. And this white outer layer was my cornea, which we talked about in the beginning. And that is pretty much it, okay? These are kind of the main features of the eye. Okay, so does anyone have any questions about this eye diagram so far? Because I know it's a little bit tricky. Okay, well done, guys. So we'll just talk a little bit more about this now. So this is just there for your reference. Okay, so this is another diagram which is basically the same thing. Now, as I said to you guys, at all of the light sensitive cells, okay, so the ones that can respond to light, they are arranged at the back of the eye in a light sensitive layer known as the retina. Okay, so that is basically what I just said, is that remember at the back of the eye, we've got this layer, okay, which is known as the retina. Don't worry about any other labels at the moment. I'm just talking about the retina over here. So the main thing to remember is that with our retina, okay, this is light sensitive. And this is why the retina, it doesn't work in the dark. This is why in the middle of the night, if you try and look at something, you can't see anything unless you switch your phone on, you know, because your phone has got bright light. But otherwise you won't be able to see anything because the retina it's only sensitive to light. So it doesn't work in the dark. And it's sensitive to light, and it's also sensitive to color as well. That's how you know things are different colors. Now, okay, so once through the pupil, so remember if we've got our candle over here, so once through the pupil, okay, so that is that black hole, the light passes through a clear disc known as the lens. So do you guys remember that this chunky bit in the middle was our lens? Okay, now a lens is just like, so the lens is held in place by suspensory ligaments, ancillary muscles, as we said earlier. So on this diagram, okay, these are my suspensory ligaments. And this is a ciliary muscle. They basically just hold it together, and they sort of push and pull the lens in place which way they need to go. Now, the lens is basically like, if any of you wear glasses, okay, you will know that your glasses, they are basically made up of a lens, aren't they? If these are your glasses. So this lens is the same thing, but it's just a human version. It basically changes how the object looks, and we'll talk about it. And the eyeball is filled with a thick, transparent jelly that maintains its spherical shape. So basically that was the sclera that we talked about on the outside, and even on the inside, it's very jelly-like. Now, when light hits the retina, okay, the light sensitive cells are stimulated. So obviously, as soon as light hits the back of it, the retina gets activated, and it starts to process what you can see. So what does it do with that information? It sends it to impulses. They send impulses to the brain along sensory neurons in the optic nerve. So as I said, you see an object, goes through the pupil, to the lens, to the retina, and this retina, it collates all that information. It says, I can see a yellow flame, I can see a candle, and it takes it to the optic nerve. Okay, our optic nerve is a sensory nerve. It will then go to the brain. Okay, and the brain will decide what it wants to do with what it's seeing. So if you're looking at this screen, it decides, you know, do you want to keep looking, or what do you want to do? And when the brain receives these messages, it interprets it as a visual image. It realizes that, you know, these are objects, etc. Okay, great, guys. So well done. So I'm just going to quiz you guys now on what we have covered. So I've labeled a few of the harder bits. So if you guys have a go, so okay, so can you guys tell me what is B on this diagram? Okay, what is B pointing at? Okay, guys, so a few mixed answers, but the majority have gone with lens. So that's excellent. That is the lens. So this diagram is a little bit different to the one we saw, but they are all showing the same thing. So remember, if there is an object over here, it first passes through the pupil, and then this round structure here is the lens, okay? And it basically changes shape depending on how far or close the object is. So that is correct. So B is my lens. Okay, and I will tell you what the other ones are. So, okay, how about D? What do you guys think D is? Okay, great. So pretty much everyone has said optic nerve. So that is fantastic, guys. So yes, all of the information that you see is then collected over here, and it is going to this is the optic nerve, okay, and it's taking it to the brain. Okay, what about C? What is C? Oh, sorry, this is the wrong poll. Whoops. You guys are putting sensory neuron. Okay, let's try again. Fantastic. I'm really impressed, guys. So yes, that is the retina that we are pointing at, okay? So at the back, level C, label C, this is the retina, okay? And once all the information about what you've seen, about what this candle looks like, this is our light sensitive layer at the back, okay? And it processes all of that, and it's sensitive to light, okay? This is the retina. Fantastic. So those are the main parts. We've got our lens, our retina, and our optic nerve. Okay, so just for completion, so you can see here, guys, that this is the iris. Okay, so this is blue, so this person has got blue eyes. Okay, so if this bit is the iris, what do you think G is? What is G, the gap in the middle? Okay, I will stop you guys there. So mixed answers between cornea and pupil. This question is a little bit trickier, but actually what label G is actually the pupil. So well done if you put that. So basically, remember the pupil, guys, it's that black hole in the middle. Okay, so when we look at the eye front on, okay, this bit, this black hole here is the pupil, okay, and around it, okay, is the cornea. Okay, this whole area is the cornea. This was my sclera, that tough white ball, and the colored bit, like if this is all colored, this is the iris. So when we look at this diagram side on, essentially, if this is my iris over here, that gap in the middle will be the pupil, okay, and A will actually be the cornea in this diagram, okay? And if we just go back, I can just show that to you on this label diagram. So can you guys see that if this is the iris, the blue bit, this gap in the middle, this black hole, is basically the pupil, because this is the lens, and the pupil sits just in front of the lens and lets the light come in, okay? And then around that will be the cornea. Okay, so in this diagram, just to make things very clear, light comes in and it comes in through the pupil, okay, which is G. It then hits the lens, which is B. Following on from hitting the lens, it goes to the back of the eye and hits the retina. All of the information from the retina is collected to my optic nerve. Okay, and on the outer layer of the eye is the white bit. Okay, and this is the cornea here. Okay, and the rest is labeled for us. Okay, so guys, we talked a little bit about the fact that we have got a lens. Now, this is just a little bit more on talking a little bit more about the lens, but basically, if you imagine, sometimes objects are really far in the distance. Like for example, sometimes like somebody might be standing far away, and sometimes they might be really close to your eye. Okay, now your eyes, they need to be able to process the fact that some things are far and some things are close. The only way they can do that is because of this lens. If you didn't have this lens, everything would be all jumbled up, and you wouldn't be able to tell like if an object is far or if it's close. Okay, because the lens basically focuses how the light is coming in. Okay, and this blue bit is the lens. So the light that enters the eyes, it has to be focused on the cells of the retina. Okay, so when the light comes in, it needs to hit the retina in a way that the retina can understand, like, okay, there's a leaf right next to me, or there's like a tree in the distance. Okay, it needs to be able to distinguish between them. And if the light is focused in front or behind of the retina, then the image will be blurred. And that is basically what would happen if you didn't have a lens. Like instead, if there was no lens, like the leaf might just stop over here, and you would think like that the leaf is much closer than it is, and it would cause a lot of confusion. Okay, so basically the light gets focused where light changes directions and it passes through the eye. So the shape of the lens of the eye, it can be changed by contraction or relaxation of the ciliary muscles. So this is a little bit tricky, but do you guys remember we've got our lens here, and we said that attached to the lens and holding it in place, we have got ciliary muscles, and we also have these ligaments which suspend the lens. They are suspensory ligaments. And basically what they do is they change the amount that the lens basically bends the light. That is what refracts mean. It bends the light. And this is important for seeing both close and distant objects in focus. Otherwise, as I said, things would appear quite blurry. Okay, so put very simply, in both of these objects, I've got a lens here. Okay, and I have also got some muscles that attach to the lens. Okay, and these ligaments over here. Now, basically, what's happening is if your friend is standing really far away from you, versus if your friend is really close to you. So, guys, this is your eye. Okay, this is your eye over here, and you're over here. Sometimes things are far away. Sometimes they are very close. You want to try and decide. You need to know when something's far and when something's close, and this lens makes sure that the image is not blurry. So when something is far away, okay, basically what happens is that the lens becomes a lot longer in shape. Okay, so you can see that when something is far, basically this lens will just become long. So normally the lens is like this. When something's far away, it just sort of pulls it up a bit. It becomes like that. And what that does is it just bends the light appropriately. Okay, it bends it like this. If you imagine, like, say if the lens was only this size, it would just bend the light like that, and basically your retina would get really confused, and the person that you're looking at would look really blurry and disproportionate. So if it's long distance, okay, and something is far away, the lens basically becomes long. Okay, so you can just remember that if something is in long distance and it's far away, your lens gets pulled and it becomes long. Okay, now what if your friend that was really far away, what if they decided to come really close to you and they're much closer now? So normally if your lens is this size, okay, it just decides to become a bit fat and a bit more shorter, like so. Okay, so can you guys see that clearly in this? In here it's quite long, okay, and here the lens has become short and it's become fat, okay, and because it's become short and fat, it can make sure that the light from this person is just bent more properly. Okay, because if it was a bit longer, the light would, again, it would just hit it all over the place and you wouldn't be able to realize that your friend was near you. So if it's short distance, okay, the lens will basically become small or short. And it becomes fat. Okay, so sometimes this I always used to find this concept really hard when I was studying, but the way I remember it is that if it's long distance and somebody's really far away, your lens becomes long. Okay, and if it's a short distance and somebody's really close to you, then your lens becomes small or short. Does anyone have any questions on this? Because I know this is quite hard if you've not touched this topic before. Please do ask. Even if you think your question is like not related or a bit silly, feel free to ask. Okay, great, well done guys. So we will just pause there then and we will do a quick quiz before we can go for a break. All right guys, we'll get started. Okay, we haven't done this bit yet, so let's see if you guys can have a guess. Okay, so myopia is short-sightedness, and basically, if you're short-sighted, it means that you can see things in the short that are like close to you, but you can't see things that are far away. It's a bit tricky, so we'll come on to this next. But well done for those of you that got it right. Yay, well done. I'm really pleased with that. That's right, it's the central nervous system. Okay, so think back to what we did just before lunch. Okay, so which part of the brain controls balance? So well done. The correct answer is cerebellum. Cerebrum is another word for the cerebral cortex, which was that main bulk of the brain. It was that pink squishy bit which controls your thinking and your consciousness. Okay, so just remember that the L is when it's got the L in it, it's to do with balance. Okay, this should be nice and easy. Yeah, well done, central nervous system. Okay, guys, so this thing here, this massive bit, this is the lens, okay? This is not the retina, this is the lens. Well done. Yay, that is the optic nerve, guys. This nerve over here. Okay, the cornea is over here. Fantastic. So you guys are pros at that by now. That was the optic nerve again. And last one, what part is the coloured part of your eye? Fantastic. So the coloured part is the iris. The retina is not coloured. The retina is there to process the light and the colour that you see. Okay, but the bit that's blue or brown is the iris. Okay, well done, everyone. That was fantastic. So what we'll do is we will go for a 15-minute break. So if you guys can please come back at 2 p.m. And we will just continue with the last and final section for today. Hi everyone, welcome back. So I hope you enjoyed your break. We're just going to wrap things up now for the last hour. So we're nearly there. So we're just going to finish off talking a little bit about the eye and talking about hormonal response. So we talked about how the eye normally works. Okay, so there are sometimes, as I'm sure you are aware, and some of you also may wear glasses, there are lots of defects that are very common to the eye. Okay, so lots of people have issues with their vision, some people more severe than others. So we have something called accommodation, and accommodation is just basically the ability of the lens to become long and the ability to become short. Okay, so that is basically what accommodation is, and it gets more difficult as people get older. So very commonly, people who are older than yourselves, they may wear glasses, and this is because the eyes can lose their focus as we get older. There are also a number of common eye defects that affect people of all ages, so you don't have to be old to need to wear glasses. And two of the most common of these eye defects are something called myopia and something called a hyperopia. So this cropped up in the quiz earlier, but essentially both of these visual field defects, all that's happening is that the light rays are not focused on the retina. Okay, so you will remember that with our eye diagram, if your object is over here, remember that the light needs to hit through the lens and it needs to hit the back of that retina. If it doesn't hit it properly, your image will become blurred. Okay, and we said earlier that if an object is in a long distance, okay, so you have got an object that is very far away from the eye. Okay, we remember that the lens will have to become long and thin. Okay, so the lens will become long for long distance. We said that if something is very close to you, okay, so if your eye were to be over here and then there was a person standing right next to you, the lens, remember, it becomes short and it becomes fat. Okay, so the lens becomes short or small and it becomes fat. Okay, so long distance, L for long, the lens will become long, and short distance, the lens will become short and it will become fat. Now, this is what normally happens in people who have got good vision, okay, if you don't wear glasses. Now, some people, if they have got myopia, what that means is they are short-sighted. So this is actually a bit of a trick. So if somebody's short-sighted, they can see in short distances, but basically they cannot see long distance. It's just the opposite. So I know that in the quiz we got that a bit muddled up. So if somebody's hyperopia and they are long-sighted, that means that yes, you can see things that are far away, but you cannot see things that are in short distance. Okay, so it's just the opposite. And the reason being is that, so people who are short-sighted, okay, they can see things that are close, so their lens will become short, but actually their lens is too short and it's too fat. That's why they can't see things that are far away. And in people who are long-sighted, their lens is very nice and long, but it never becomes short, it doesn't become fat, and that's why they can't see things that are close to them. So if people who are reading a book, if they are long-sighted, they need to put their glasses on because their lens struggles to become fat. And it's in both of these. So if somebody's short-sighted, they can't see things in the distance. So if they're going to a lecture or a big room, they will need to put their glasses on because they can't read things that are far away, and it's to do with the shape of their lens. Okay, now you will know that yes, a lot of people wear glasses, but there is actually a lot of new technology in this area, and there are a lot of amazing things that we can do to help with our vision. And the first one is contact lenses. Okay, so I'm sure you've heard of these. These are lenses that are placed on the surface of the eye, and they are much easier than glasses because you can keep them in all the time. And they do the same job as conventional, i.e. normal glasses. And they're quite a stiff material actually, so they don't just dissolve or anything in the eye, they stay there for a long time and they work very well. Now essentially it's a piece of plastic, but basically, okay, it is a lens. So the lens that is inside the eye, that round bit, is the same thing, okay, but it's just a plastic version, but it works in a similar way. Now, of course, they have to be kept sterile, which means that they have to be kept disinfected. Okay, so if any of you wear contact lenses, you will know that you can't touch them with dirty hands, and you can't leave them lying around anywhere, because if they catch any dirt or any dust, it will go straight into your eye and you will get infected. So they have to be kept in a special liquid, in proper storage, because you don't want any bugs or any dust to get onto the lens. So that is contact lenses, and increasingly lots of people also go for laser eye surgery now, and this is usually for adults over the age of 18. And basically the reason that it's for older people is because when you're younger and you're in your teen years, so your eyes are still growing, so and your vision is changing a lot, so it's not very sensible to do a surgery then. So we do it when you get a bit older, and essentially the main thing about laser eye surgery is that it's permanent. Okay, you don't have to keep putting lenses in your eye. Once you have the operation, it's done. And basically what it will do is, if you are short-sighted, it will just, because if you're short-sighted, your lens is actually very fat, so it makes the lens skinny. And if you are long-sighted, it makes the lens a bit more fat instead, so that you can see things that are closer to you. Okay, great. And that is pretty much the eye. So let's just do a quick exam question now. Okay, so draw straight lines to join each part of the eye to its job. So they've done the cornea. So if I were to label these A, B, C, and D, guys, what do you think the iris does? Is it option A, B, or C? So D is already done for you. They've matched it up already, so it can't be D. Okay, so the majority of you have gone for C, and a couple of people have said B and D. Okay, so fantastic. So guys, remember the iris. Okay, if I just label it on here for you guys. Oh, sorry. So the iris is exactly these bits over here. Okay, so this is my iris. Okay, and remember we said it can be different colors, but it's not just colorful. Okay, the main thing to remember is that it is also a muscle. Do you remember that it controls how much light is coming in? So if this is my eye in front on, if this is my pupil, okay, if the iris is nice and relaxed, if the iris is very contracted, it becomes small, but sometimes my pupil can actually become very big. Okay, so if this is my same eye, okay, can you guys see that the size of the pupil, that black hole, has become very big? And this is because the iris is controlling the amount of light entering. Okay, so it can either make the pupil big or it can make it small. So obviously, like if it's really dark and there's not enough light around, the iris is clever and it will make the pupil bigger so that any light that is there can go in. So lots of people have got different color irises. So this is a person with green eyes. That is the iris. Okay, and the iris is over here as well in green. Okay, great. So we know that the iris controls the amount of light entering the eye. Okay, so let's do the optic nerve now. So this is A, B, C, and D. Okay, so great. All of you have pretty much, most of you have said that it is A, the correct answer. So that is fantastic. So your optic nerve, okay, is carrying the impulses to the brain. Okay, and remember that we saw in the quiz, we've seen this a few times. This over here is the optic nerve. Okay, and remember, this is basically this is like a sensory neuron. Okay, it's not motor because it's collecting the information, and where does it take it? To the CNS. Okay, so all of the information that comes from here, the optic nerve is going to gather that and send it to the brain. Okay, and then finally, what must my retina do then? Fantastic. So it can, even if you'd have no idea, the last option left is B, okay? And that is that it contains the light receptors. So remember that the retina is the layer right at the back of the eye, which is just collecting all that information, okay? So as soon as something hits the lens, it goes to the back of the eye over here, okay? And that is my retina, okay? The retina has got light receptors, and it basically sort of detects what the image is, and it collects all of that information, so it's everywhere, it's in the whole of the eye, and it will basically then send it to the optic nerve, which will take it to the brain. Okay, fantastic, well done guys. So that's all nice and clear, and those are just the answers for your reference. Okay, so guys, let's just try another. We're going to just do a few exam questions. So caffeine is a drug found in coffee. After a person drinks coffee, information passes through neurons in the nervous system more quickly. Suggest a hypothesis for the effect of caffeine concentration on reaction time. Okay, so put your answers in the chat. What do you guys think? Okay, so a few of you have said that it speeds it up. So that is true, but why does it speed it up? So the question is saying suggest a hypothesis. So it's, we do exam questions early because what happens is you can really memorize all the information from the book, but really applying the knowledge to the question is a totally different skill. So I'll just talk you guys through this. So whenever you see a question, I know it's very early on, but basically if the question is telling you to suggest, okay, there's a few keywords that an exam question will ask. Sometimes it will say explain, sometimes it will say describe, Okay, and in this question, it's saying suggest. If it's saying suggest, it's basically asking you to sort of think outside the box and give a reason based on what they have told you. So it's not really something that you could have read in the book. It's just kind of like with the information they've given you, what do you think? And based on what you've learned. Okay, so basically all that they're saying is that if somebody is drinking coffee, essentially the impulses that are going to the nerves, they're happening more quickly. So suggest a hypothesis for the effect of caffeine concentration on reaction time. So your correct answer here you would say something like, because it's a hypothesis, you want to give a rule. Okay, so you can say that the higher caffeine concentration causes a shorter reaction time. Okay, that is basically what a hypothesis is. A hypothesis is like if you increase A, then B will decrease. Okay, or if you decrease A, B will decrease. That is just what a hypothesis is. It links two things. So obviously, if the information is going more quickly, we can say that if there's more caffeine, okay, the reaction time will be shorter. So hopefully that makes sense. And you can this is from the mark scheme, so you can see that they've highlighted the higher and shorter. So it must be a comparison statement. You can't just say like, if high caffeine concentration causes short reaction time. You must compare them to each other. Okay, so let's have a go at another question. So the diagram below shows how a nerve impulse passing along a relay neuron causes an impulse to be sent along another type of neuron, neuron X. Okay, what type of neuron is neuron X? What do you guys think? Okay, you can pick from one of these. Okay, so well done. The majority of you have said motor neuron. One person has said sensory. So the correct answer here is motor neuron. Well done. Now, basically, the reason why this cannot be anything else is because you can see that the relay neuron is bringing in an impulse in this direction, okay? And we know that the pathway is from sensory to relay. So this must be, by definition, this must be a motor, okay? Remember that our pathway is stimulus. Okay, you touch the hot stove, the receptors in your skin realize that it's hot. They tell the sensory neuron, this is a reflex response. So we bypass the CNS, we go to a relay neuron, we go to the motor neuron, and that takes it to the effector. Okay, that is our basic pathway for a reflex arc, and therefore there should be no confusion with this as to why it cannot be, why it's not motor. Okay, this has to be motor just by looking at this diagram. Okay, it's always sensory, relay, motor. You're not going to go back from a relay to sensory. That doesn't make sense. Okay, the impulse is coming along this way. Okay, so describe how information passes from the relay neuron to neuron X and use the diagram to help you. So guys, this is a describe question. So whenever it says describe, you want to really just look at what they've given you and just give a response based on that. You want to just use the knowledge that you have. So hopefully you've had enough time to read that. I'm just going to go back so you guys can see what this is, what the diagram is showing. And the question, just so you know, it's how does information pass from relay to neuron X? Okay, that's the question. How is information passing? And guys, this is a 3-mark question. So whenever it's 3 marks, we want to try and think of 3 points. Even if at this point you can think of 2, that would be great. So how does information pass from the relay neuron to neuron X? Use the diagram to help you. So just have a go, guys, and let me know what you think. Don't worry if you think it's completely wrong or you're not sure. It's always good to just have a go and get into the practice. Okay, so some really good answers so far, guys. Now, I'm just going to show you guys the question. So it's basically saying, describe how the information goes from the relay to the neuron and use the diagram to help you. Now, if you pay attention, always look at what they're giving you in the diagram, because half the answer will be there. And those of you who have looked at this carefully will see that it already tells you that this is a synapse, okay? And remember, we already talked about what a synapse was. Okay, it is that gap or that junction where the 2 neurons meet. Okay, so essentially they're asking you, how does the impulse from here go to here? And they've even shown you that there are these chemicals and they are moving across. Okay, remember we said that they move across by diffusion. And then that movement of the chemicals triggers the impulse to be spread along. So basically what you want to say in this question is you want to say is that you can say that the relay neuron, it's nice to just write really full and clear sentences here so the examiner knows that you know what you're talking about. So the relay neuron releases chemicals. Okay, that's 1 mark, so you know that it's a chemical. So you can just say releases, the relay neuron releases chemicals across the gap or across the synapse or across the junction. Okay, so this is 1 mark. You then need to say that the chemicals are crossing the gap. Okay, and cross the gap, and then you can say by diffusion. Okay, and the chemicals reach the motor neuron which cause another impulse. Okay, so they allow the impulse to travel along, and that would be your 3rd mark. So I'll just show you guys the mark scheme for that. So basically there's 3 points available for this one, and it's just about getting the overall idea. So we've got a release of chemical from the relay neuron, and that chemical will crosses the gap or the junction of the synapse. You can say whatever you want because they've already told you it's a synapse, so that doesn't really matter. Allow diffusers across, and then the chemical will attach to X or to the motor neuron, causing the impulse. okay? And that is basically a summary of what is happening over here. Any questions on that one? Okay, great, guys. So we have covered the nervous system, okay, and we've talked about hormonal about the brain and the eyes. So I'm just going to quickly get the whiteboard up. Okay, guys, so basically when we talk about the nervous system, okay, we can divide this up, okay. What I would suggest, guys, is if you have a pen or paper, you may want to just go through this flowchart with me, because it will really help consolidate what we've learnt so far, okay, because I already know all of this, so it's very useful for you to write this down as well, rather than just watching me. So in the nervous system, okay, we have got our central nervous system. Okay, this is known as my CNS, and we have got the peripheral nervous system. Okay, and this is known as my PNS. Okay, now within the central nervous system, it's made up of two main things. Number one is the brain, and number two is my spinal cord. Okay, and this is basically the coordination center where everything happens. The peripheral nervous system is all of those other extra nerves. So if you remember that if we have our man over here, okay, so the spinal cord is here, okay, and the brain is up here, but actually there are loads of other nerves coming from the rest of the body, aren't they? Like from the hands, from the legs, and the face, everywhere. Okay, and those are the peripheral nerves. So they may be sensory nerves, and they may be motor nerves. And then we've also got our relay neurons. Okay, now obviously there is a lot of interaction between the central nervous system and between the peripheral nervous system. Okay, so anytime that your body needs to take an action and anything needs to happen, okay, we start off with our stimulus. Okay, this gets detected by a receptor. The receptor carries the message via a sensory neuron. It will take it to the central nervous system. Okay, the central nervous system will decide what to do with this information, and it will carry that, what it wants to do, via a motor neuron. And it will carry it to the effector, right? And remember that this effector can be a muscle, which we have already looked at, and it will be, or it could be a gland, which is what we will talk about shortly. Okay, now this is what happens all the time for normal things like any reaction that you need to do. We have got some situations which are automatic and which are rapid, okay, to protect you from danger. We describe those as reflexes. We call that our reflex arc. Okay, now the main difference is this pathway will still apply, but if, for example, there is a fire or something and you touch your hand, okay, you need to react much more quickly. You can't sit there thinking. And in this situation, yes, we have a stimulus, we have a receptor, we have a sensory neuron, but we bypass this area, okay? So we do not go to the CNS, and instead we go via a relay neuron, And remember, that is that short little neuron, and that will then take it to the motor neuron and carry it out, okay? So all of this bit, the CNS, will basically get bypassed, okay? And this is known as my reflex arc. And this is really important for protecting us from danger and from harm, and we don't have to think about it. Great, okay, so hopefully you have been able to jot that down. Then we talked about, so that was our, the responses in the nervous system, okay, and then we have got the brain, okay, so we know that the CNS is made up of the brain and the spinal cord. Okay, but what about the brain itself? So the brain, remember, we can divide it up into 3 main areas. Okay, guys, can you please jot down in the chat, what do you think those 3 main areas are? Can you remember? Okay, so 2 of them begin with C, 1 of them begins with M. Hopefully that's a bit of a clue. Even if you only know 1 of them, if you still can put that one down. Yay, well done. So a lot of you have got them, so I'm really pleased with that. So even if you can only remember 1, that's great, guys, because you will, this is a topic that you may see later on as well, so you can always watch the recording and refresh your memory, but remember that there are 3 parts. Okay, so the first one that we talked about is our cerebral cortex, okay? Cerebral meaning brain, and cortex is just the main area, so it's pretty much all of that pink spongy bit around here. And this is responsible for your consciousness, okay, and for your memory and your personality, etc. Okay, remember we had this leafy area over here, and that was my cerebellum. Okay, and that is basically there for my balance and for my posture. Okay, and then finally the last thing was kind of like that long bit over here. Okay, so that was my medulla, and the medulla is there for unconscious things. Okay, so just think of the medulla as a thing that's sitting in the middle, trying to keep everything under control. It's controlling your breathing, it's controlling your heart, it's controlling your gut, and everything that you're not really thinking about. Your cerebral cortex is busy dealing with your thoughts, and your medulla is busy dealing with the physical bits of your body. One of you guys said that meninges was one of the main parts, so that's really good. Just remember that the meninges is just a protective layer. Okay, it doesn't really, it's not really part of the brain, it's an outer layer. So surrounding this whole thing, just on top of it, is the meninges. Okay, and it's just a protective layer, and it gives the brain lots of nutrients as well. It's really important. You may have heard of a condition called meningitis, where people's brain becomes infected because the meninges become infected. Okay, fantastic. And then finally, we talked about the brain. Okay, and the last thing that we talked about was the eye. Okay, so the eye is a very special sense organ. And it allows us to respond to the environment around us. Okay, so when we look at the eye front on, so if you guys just draw this along with me, it will really help consolidate. So this is the eye over here. Okay, so you guys will know that this black bit is my pupil. Okay, that is what lets the light in. Okay, and this person has got green eyes over here. So guys, what if I labeled over here? Exactly, so well done. This is my iris. Well done, guys. And I've got this white layer here. Okay, so this is all white. You can't see it on here, but this is white. And remember, that is the tough, kind of spongy protective layer. So all of this white bit over here will be known as my sclera. Okay, and sometimes if somebody if a a hockey ball or a tennis ball goes straight into your eye socket, which sometimes does happen, the sclera is very protective. Okay, and it will really protect your eye, because the eye is very delicate. Okay, and the sclera is white, and it can't see through anything. So we label this area, which includes all of this bit, as the cornea. Okay, this whole thing together is called our cornea. Okay, great. And just to go back, so yep, so guys, I just wanted to, my drawing won't be as good if I draw the whole cross section of the eye, so I just think it's easier if we just have a quick recap of this. So remember, this is the eye as if it were to be side on, okay, if you were to take a cross section of this. And then remember, there are just a few key things that I want you guys to take home today. So when something comes in from the eye, okay, it first hits. Yep, I like this diagram the best. So when something first hits the eye, okay, it will go through that black hole, which will be our pupil, okay? It will then pass the lens, which will change its shape depending on how close or far the object is. That then goes back and hits the retina, okay? And it then passes it to the optic nerve. And something that we touched on earlier was that you will recall that these are the suspensory ligaments. Sorry, this one is a suspensory ligament over here. And the ciliary body is this over here. Now, this is what you need to know. You do need to know this if you're doing triple science, about how the sensory ligaments and the ciliary bodies move. So I'm just going to touch on that now. So, so basically, we said that, just to go over this, we said that, remember, if your friend is standing really far away, your lens is going to become long, yeah? And it becomes nice and long like this. When your friend comes really close over here, your lens becomes short, and it becomes fat, okay? So long distance, lens becomes long, and the short distance, the lens becomes short or small. Now, the reason that it does this is because of those suspensory ligaments and those ciliary bodies. Okay, it can't just become fat and skinny on its own. Okay, it's not going to be able to do that. The only reason it can do that is because of these things that are holding it in place. Okay, and the way it does this is by accommodation. So this is the process of changing the shape of the lens to focus on near or distant objects, okay? So if something is in a faraway distance, okay, so what will happen is that the lens will become long and the lens will become thin. And this is basically because what will happen is these ligaments, if you imagine that it's kind of like a rubber band and it basically wants to just pull it really thin. So what will happen is that the muscles here will relax and these ligaments, they become really tight. If you imagine it's like a stretching band and it will pull it really tight. So it will pull the lens to be nice and flat and thin, okay? And what that means is that it only reflects the light rays slightly. So basically they will it will just allow it to come through. And that is why, so basically the suspensory ligaments become tight. And if you want to focus on a near object, so if something is very close to you, so remember that if somebody is standing here, the lens will be short or fat. Okay, and the reason is because now these ligaments, they're not pulled tight, they actually relax because the lens is becoming fat. So if you imagine if the rubber band becomes loose, the lenses will actually become fat as well. So the ciliary muscles will contract. So in this case now these muscles contract and the ligaments will loosen. So therefore your lens will become nice and fat. So the lens becomes thicker and it becomes more curved. And then it reflects it more strongly. So basically what happens is that it just sort of bends it a little bit more. So you can see that very nicely here in that if something is far away, the lens will become thin and long, and this is because the suspensory ligaments are pulled quite tight, okay? Can you see that these ligaments have become really long and stretched? And over here, the lens is short because your object is really close to you, and the suspensory ligaments, can you see they're a bit bendy? So it's like if you have a rubber band and you let it relax, and they will shorten there. Does anyone have any questions on that? Because I know that is a little bit tricky to understand. Okay, great. So we're just going to move on now. Okay, guys, so basically, in the morning, I said to you guys that we have something called homeostasis. Okay, and we said that homeostasis could basically be, is comprised of the nervous system, and it's comprised of the hormonal system, okay? Now, both of these things, they are very different, but they are both doing the same thing in that they're both trying to, remember, they're trying to maintain that balance. Okay, remember we saw that man who was trying to balance. They're both doing the same things. So we've covered the nervous system in great depth, and what I want to do is to give you guys an introduction into hormonal coordination, and in our next topic we will be looking at homeostasis in action as well, because this is a very large chapter. Okay, so what I want to point out is that when we talk about nervous system, we are talking about electrical impulses, and these are traveling through the nerves. Okay, now this is completely different to our hormonal system, okay, which is carrying hormones, and it is carrying this through the blood. Okay, so it's really important to compare these and look at these side by side, because I don't want anyone to get mixed up. Okay, the nervous system is with nerves, and the hormonal system is with hormones, and it is in blood. Okay, so you can see that very nicely here. So this is basically a blood vessel, and you can see that the hormones are being carried in the blood, and then they sort of drop off and wherever they are needed. Okay, so basically the hormonal system, another way of describing it is something called the endocrine system, and endo basically means inside. So these are chemical messengers that are inside our bloodstream. Okay, so this endocrine system is basically made up of glands. So do you guys remember that in the beginning we said that any effector can either be described as a muscle or it can be described as a gland. So quite commonly in the nervous system, there will be muscles, like, you know, you need to move your hand because something is hot. But other effectors are glands. And we didn't really talk about that earlier, but this is what I mean by a gland. And these are in our endocrine system. Now, these secrete hormones directly into the blood. You may have heard of hormones before. Some hormones, you may have heard of steroids, like some athletes, they take steroids to help them in marathons and things like that. So we also make our own hormones in our body, okay, and these are in the blood. Okay, this is nothing to do with the nerves. They travel in the blood, and you can see that here. So we've got some endocrine cells that are secreting hormones into the bloodstream, and they travel in the blood, and once they reach the area that they need to go to, they will then just basically come out of the blood. So the blood carries the hormone to the target organ where an effect is produced. And the target organ has receptors on the cell membranes that pick up the hormone molecules, triggering a response in the cell. Okay, so guys, there are loads of different endocrine glands, okay, but the one that I just want to finish off with today is the pituitary gland. So we talked about the brain, right? And we said that there are three parts. Remember, this was our cerebral cortex. Over here, this bit, hopefully you guys should be able to see, they've labeled it, it's a little bit, this is reflected on the other side because they face to the left, but this is a cerebellum. And over here, this bit is my medulla. Okay, we already know about these three things. There is something new here now, and that is the pituitary gland. Okay, so we've got loads of different glands in the body. There are like at least 50 glands, but sitting right at the top is your pituitary gland. Okay, and this is kind of like a master gland. So you guys will know that at school you have your school teacher, your class teacher, but you've also got your head teacher, right, who is like the boss. So you can compare the pituitary gland to your head teacher. The pituitary gland is basically like the overall lead and coordinates all of the other glands and tells all of the other glands what to do. Okay, so it sits right at the top in the brain, and basically it just releases hormones. Okay, so anything that's happening, like sometimes you become too hot, you become too cold, or you haven't eaten enough, or you've eaten too much, it's monitoring everything, and it's basically coordinating all of these responses. Okay, so and sometimes some hormones that are produced by this gland, they have got a direct effect on the body. Okay, so basically you can see that over here. So this is like our endocrine system. Okay, so we saw in the morning we had our nervous system. So we've also got an endocrine system, and the key bits are just labeled on here. Okay, so basically, guys, don't worry about all of these labels. Slowly in GCSE and in A-level, you end up, if you do A-level biology, you cover all of this, but I'll just point out what you need to know right now. So at the top, this is our brain. Okay, and sitting here is the pituitary gland. Okay, so this is like the master gland. Okay, this is the boss, and it tells all of the other glands what to do. So men and women have got some special glands that are not in each other, but basically everyone has got this thyroid, which sits in the neck, and we have got the pancreas, which is responsible for sugar control. Okay, and we will talk about this in detail. And in women, we have got ovaries, and in males, there is testicles, and these are responsible for, this is basically the reproductive system. Okay, but basically what I want you guys to remember is that the pituitary, it's controlling everything. So it will tell the thyroid what to do. Okay, it will tell the pancreas do this, it will tell the ovaries do this, or similarly tell the testes. Okay, but that's only valid for the pituitary. The other glands, they cannot do that, and they just sort of follow what the pituitary says. Okay, now in terms of the endocrine glands, so hormones that are released by the pituitary, as I said, they affect specific endocrine glands. Okay, so as you can see, these ones over here, the ones from the pituitary, and these have lots of different effects on the body. And one key example, which we will talk about when we talk about homeostasis in action, is basically that of insulin. You may have heard of insulin before, but it is basically responsible for controlling our blood sugar levels. Okay, so one key example, as I said, is insulin, and it controls blood sugar. So what we mean by sugar is anything that you have when you eat carbohydrates, or like bread, or even if you just have like sugary sweets. It's really important that the sugar does not just stay in your blood. And this is because it can actually make you really sick. You might not think it's a big deal, but if you keep eating lots of sugar, it should not stay in your bloodstream. We need to get rid of it. And insulin is one of those that does that. Okay, so each of the endocrine glands, they produce hormones that have a major effect on the way in which the body works. And basically the levels of the hormones will vary depending on changes in the internal environment. Okay, so obviously, like if you skip a meal, your sugar levels will be very low, or if, for example, you eat loads of sugar, it will be very high. Okay, and all of these are changes in your internal environment. And other things are, like, as we said in the morning, let's say you the amount of water that you have in your body, like if you don't drink enough water, you still need to maintain that. So it was sugar levels, the blood glucose concentration, we said the temperature, and finally the water water content in the body. Okay, all of these things need maintaining, and this is done via homeostasis. and in particular in hormonal control. Okay, this is not involving the nervous system. And something else is also the menstrual cycle, which we will talk about when we do homeostasis in action. Okay, guys, so we've just got 5 minutes left. I think that I don't want to keep sort of frying your brains with more content. So I think we can just do a few more questions. If you guys have got any questions, then just let me know. Okay, guys, so we'll just end by doing one more exam question. And this is related to the one about the person who has had caffeine, and this is on the nervous system. Okay, so I'll just give you guys a couple of minutes to have a go at this one. Okay, so guys, let's just read through this question. So 2 students investigated the effect of caffeine concentration on reaction time. Now, this is the method used. So one person is going to drink the cup of coffee, and then the other student is going to hold a ruler above their hand. Okay, and then student B drops the ruler. Okay, and student A catches the ruler as quickly as she can. The distance the ruler falls is recorded. Suggest how this method could be improved to produce valid results. So you guys will see that we've covered homeostasis and we've talked about the nervous system, but actually doing this question doesn't really require anything that we've covered. Experimental questions are really common in the exams, so it's good that we can try and get an understanding of how to do it early on. Okay, so whenever we talk about experiments, okay, what sort of things are we thinking about? Do you think this is a good experiment, firstly? Is it sensible for somebody to drink coffee and somebody else to hold a ruler and see how much the ruler falls? Is it a good idea? Okay, you can just say yes or no. Exactly. So this is not the best experiment, is it? Because it's not really a fair experiment. You don't know like when they're going to drop the ruler, if you're going to accurate, if you will actually be able to see the exact distance. Okay. There are lots of factors that need to be controlled in this. Okay. So this is not the best experiment, and it's not really very scientific, is it? There's lots of other things that we could do to make this valid. Okay. If something is valid, basically it can be relied upon. Okay, and if you do it again, you will get similar results. So some of you guys have got some really good answers. So if we just start at the top. Okay, so if one person is drinking coffee, you should have like a control where somebody doesn't drink coffee, and you can see, does that affect it? So like somebody can just drink water, and you can see like compare their reaction time. Okay, so what you want to do is you can say that you can use decaffeinated coffee. as a control. So because what happens is instead of just doing with one student, you can get 2 of your friends, okay, and you can tell them, okay, you drink coffee, okay, and you just don't drink any coffee that's got caffeine in it, like you just have water, and then you can measure the reaction times of the ruler, and you can see, like, is it the coffee, or is it just because like your friend A is really slow and your friend B isn't? Okay, so you can use decaffeinated coffee. You need to control how much coffee you're giving them. You need to control the volume. You're not just going to say drink a cup. You have to say, like, you can drink 20 mils or you can drink 50, because the amount that you drink will affect your experiment, won't it? Okay, you also want to control other factors which could affect this experiment. What about the amount of light in the room? Okay, if it's like really dark, they might not even be able to see the ruler. Okay, so you need to make sure that everything is fair. You might want to use different coffee concentrations. Because obviously, if something is really strong, it's going to speed them up more and you're going to be much more energetic, right? So you want to use it at different concentrations and see how much coffee is actually affecting them. And a lot of you have said this, well done. You want to repeat the investigation with more people. Okay, and then you want to calculate an average. Okay, that is your mean. And one of you have said, make sure to hold the ruler at exactly the same height every time. That is fantastic, okay? So you want to control the start position of the ruler. So obviously, if you imagine that like your ruler is up here and you start it here, but then next time you say, oh, let's just put the ruler like higher up, that's not fair, right? Because obviously the distance will be longer. So each time, all of these little things have to be looked out for. Okay, so this is a heavy question. It's 6 marks, and I think we've said a few more than 6 things. Okay, guys, so it's past 3 o'clock. So thank you all so much for joining me today. I hope that you have found today useful and that you have enjoyed it. What I would suggest now is don't just, leave this here. The question packs that we've sent out, please do all of those questions, okay? And we will give you the mark scheme. So just go through those and mark them. If there's anything that you don't understand, drop us a message and I can help you with that. And yeah, like with this recording, just over the Christmas break, watch it again, make some notes, and just refresh yourself with this topic. It's no good if you just sort of come today and then leave it, because you will forget. But otherwise, thank you so much. You guys have learned loads today and I'm really impressed, and I hope to see you guys so we'll be doing chemistry tomorrow, and I hope to see you guys at our next month's session as well in January. So I hope you all have a lovely Christmas and a happy new year, and we will see you after the break, and I think I will see most of you guys back here tomorrow. If you've got any questions, please feel free to drop us a message, and please also fill out the feedback form so we can help make these sessions better. Otherwise, thank you all and have a lovely day.